Alrighty, guys, it is time. Let's get this started. Load game. So I think our most recent one is right here. Continue. The game will begin from where you last left off. Yeah, I think this is where we did it. Yeah, last. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I picked the latest timestamp, right? So we just got here after Monokuma told us that something had happened, but we don't know what's happening yet. Okay, so this is, how do everyone calls her Hina, right? Ah, Makoto. Are you okay?
Hey.
Did Monokuma talk to you? Maybe he told everybody to come here, probably. Hiro, Hina, Sakura, and... oh, him too? See, he's one of the guys that's kind of splintering off from the group. He's not being that friendly. Byakuya. You're the only ones here? Where's everyone else? Either they're already off trying to verify what Monokuma said, or they've fallen victim to the something that Monokuma mentioned. Okay, so now the plot thickens, huh? So, or the something?
Perhaps.
It can't be. Has it happened again? Murder? I love that. And you're going to go ahead and get back to San Andreas. Oh, have a good one, Buckbeak. You take care, dude. And your laptop freaking blue screen for no reason? Oh, I hope it's a one-time thing, Sheely. Sometimes a blue screen is just a one-off. Sometimes it's going to keep happening and you got to get something fixed. After hearing what Monokuma had to say, the worst possibility forced it into my mind. It took everything I had to drive that thought away. So, if something really did happen, does that mean someone did it because of what happened yesterday?
Huh?
It can't be. That stuff was just a bunch of old memories. Remember, I forgot about this. Monokuma tried to, spice things up by saying he had, our most embarrassing memories. And if we didn't kill somebody, he was going to share them with the world. But that's just it. Embarrassing memories. It's not the end of the world. At least ours wasn't. I think ours was we just, pissed the bed until we were 5 years old. So what? No big deal. I mean, maybe that's embarrassing when you're in kindergarten, but not when you're an adult. It's in the past. Just old memories? Don't be so sure about that. Clearly someone felt it was more important than that. Huh? To judge someone else's values based on your own outlook. Do you realize how dangerous that is? Oh crap, that's just what I did, isn't it? I did exactly what he said. The music, Plocky, is fantastic. Actually, for the intro scene to the stream, I had to listen to some of the music of the game to find a good track to have it on the background, and man, a lot of good stuff in there. It might be because you just Windows 11 thing and you just upgraded, Sheely. Yeah, maybe some more patches and stuff rolling out will fix that, hopefully. But yeah, Krem, eventually Windows 11 will be the regular thing. I have not upgraded myself, but I probably will sometime soon.
What the heck?
Why didn't you say something yesterday?
Naturally.
Did you already forget? This isn't a co-op game. It's every man for himself. That's just the way you're playing it. What good does it do me to go out of my way to help you?
Just
See,
the
he's
worst.
very competitive. He's not helping us at all. All right, Kat, I think that's enough YouTube links. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, if you want to promote something though, especially something that you did, the best place to share that would be in the Discord channel. You know, I had the same thing on mine, Plocky, although honestly, you probably can upgrade to Windows 11. It has something to do with the your processor. I'm not sure if they're working around a fix for that or what. But yeah, I've seen that too. There's something wrong with him, for serious. Did he get brainwashed or something?
Wait.
That's not important. What matters right now is that we find out what happened.
That's fine.
She's right. Let's all split up and begin looking. The game is afoot. He sounds like Sherlock Holmes. Alright, so now we just have to explore and try to find out what happened. Let's check the kitchen. We have nothing to go on, I don't think. Doesn't seem to be anything in here. Nope. Potatoes are okay. Let's get out of here. If I had to imagine, probably most computers can't be upgraded to Windows 11 based on that error message. Because I have a pretty modern PC and I have the same problem. Yeah, the TPM, that's what it was. I could probably fix it just by going to the BIOS and changing that or upgrading something maybe. 100% Weebotome. I mean, sure, murder's bad, but let's check on them potatoes. Okay, we'll just kind of check every room. I'm not sure what we are looking for exactly. Not in this classroom. Usually the game kind of tells you, oh, you should check this area, but this time they're kind of making you explore. Nothing in here. Could be upstairs as well. And yours is upgradable, but you haven't done it yet, Phantasma? I mean, if you're not in a rush, it's probably a good idea to wait, let them work out some more of the kinks. Oh, I really don't want to go in. I don't want to see this place ever again. This is where they did the trial. And maybe where they also killed Leon, if I had to guess. And basically you're trying to find everyone else or the something that has happened. True. Yeah, we already saw him, although he might have some information.
Yo!
Hey, Makoto. Honestly, what do you think? Huh? About what?
For serious?
About Byakuya. You think he's being brainwashed or what? I don't know. You'd know more about that kind of thing than me, right? He is supposed to be a psychic.
Huh?
What? What's that supposed to mean? I mean, you're some kind of psychic, right?
Hey!
Listen, Makoto, I think you've completely misunderstood what it is I do. Okay, listen. Fortune telling is like...
Well?
It's totally different from brainwashing or hypnosis or any kind of pseudo-scientific bullcrap. I need you to understand that. So you expect me to think fortune telling isn't pseudoscience? Sorry, but I don't want to get yelled at. Never mind. You know, I love it. I feel like I'm so small because when I walk up to people, they look like giants. Yeah, same Katamari. I mean, I will eventually when they give me a good reason to, you know? Oh, we could check the AV room. There could be something in there. Little contradictory, huh, Zakobo? No, nothing new in here. If I had to guess, I bet something's gone wrong in the swimming pool area or the gym. Being small is suffering. Hey, there's some great perks about being small. Actually, being too tall can be a worse problem than being small, for sure. Hey, nice cat. I like that emote. That's actually from a very classic point-and-click game that one of our community members, Therapy Android, recommended. It's called Black Mirror. It was a cool game. We haven't been able to get in here yet. We don't know what the deal is with that room. It's not going to be in a bathroom. Let's check out the gym. Yeah, I have some family members that are really, really, really tall, and they can't buy clothes at a regular store. They can't like fit in many cars comfortably. They can't ride like roller coasters hardly at all because they just don't fit. It's so uncomfortable. Okay, nothing in the gym. Where's everybody? I bet it's upstairs. It's funny, Plocky. I don't know if it's like just the Windows version where everything seems super tall, or they just wanted to make it that way. It just makes me feel like I'm like 3 feet tall, even though I think our character is like 5'4", 5'6", something like that. Nothing in here. Yeah, it's probably like that everywhere, honestly, Plocky. I mean, the original version was on the PSP, I think, or Vita, one of those portable PlayStation consoles. Oh, could be the library. My second guess, besides the gym, was the swimming area. Oh, he's here. But he's not even looking for other people. He could care less. There's nothing here of interest, don't you agree? You should go look somewhere else. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Hey, there's nothing worthwhile over there. I've already checked, so there can be no mistake. I'm trying to leave. Is that not the door out? Maybe I just have to hit B and leave. That was weird. I think that room was programmed where if you try to look at anything, he tells you don't bother. I couldn't even look at the door to leave. Okay, is this the pool? I could bring up the map. No, this isn't the pool. This is another classroom. Nothing in here. Oh, that's a back room. I actually forgot there was another room in there. Have I been in another room? Okay, the swimming pool is actually this way. There we go. I like the anchor on the door. That's cool. So, Makoto is pretty small, but not as small as what that viewpoint makes us out to be. Unless everybody else is like 8 feet tall. Huh? The door's open, but aren't they supposed to be locked? Something happened. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think we found it.
For this investigation, I have unlocked the doors. Please look around to your heart's content.
That makes sense. Which means I guess I could also investigate the girls' locker room, right?
It's all clear now.
Investigation? Just as I thought. By Yakuya.
I see.
Judging from what he said, there could be no doubt a murder really has taken place. Gosh, we just got started and someone's already dead? Come on. And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, wouldn't you agree? Suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room. Oh yeah, I bet you want to search there first. He was muttering, as if talking only to himself. Without waiting for a reply, he pressed his hand against the girls' locker room door. And the door swung open without a sound. I guess we're going in. Hope nobody's, in there already. And, Kat, you think if you were to suggest a game for you, you would probably say the new Kirby. I've heard the new Kirby's really good, Kat. That would probably be an excellent choice. And Sheely, you were tall enough to reach most stuff on the top shelf, but short enough to fit into stuff. 5'11". That's a great height. Great height. That's above average. I think average, of course, it depends on the country, but I think in the US, average is like somewhere between like 5'9", 5'10", something like that. I'm 6'1", but yeah, I wouldn't want to be too much taller. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Oh, crap. No! I liked her. That's not cool. Did I do something wrong? And young daddy, how are you doing, dude? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just as we find a dead Chihiro. What? I don't know how long it took for me to fully comprehend the reality of what I was looking at. But as soon as I did... That's a great reaction. A wild, almost primeval scream escaped from my mouth. Kind of like that, Sheely. Kind of like that. No! Oh, it just changed. Chapter 2, The Boy's Life of Despair. Changed to Deadly Life. I forgot what it said before. Poor Chihiro. She did not deserve that. She was so cool. She's very shy and, very... I'm sorry about everything, but she was nice. I don't think she would hurt anybody. She would have a hard time even hurting a fly. I tried to suppress my screaming, but it was useless. Hey, Wolverine! How's it going, Wolverine? Good to see you again. What's up? How you been? And how come all of your favorite character dies? It's not fair, Krem. Seriously, every time I see, I like this character, they keep dying. I'm scared to pick a new favorite. It surged out of me, like water from a spring gushing out of the ground. By Yakuya, on the other hand.
Very strange.
Okay, I can't see it right now, but right behind him is kind of like a picture of a girl in a bikini bent over. That was in the boys' locker room. It's also in the girls' locker room. Interesting. Most unusual, don't you think? He was totally calm, almost like he was watching this all unfold in front of a TV screen.
I see.
Look, Chihiro's corpse has been suspended somehow. And something's been written on the wall in blood. bloodlust. Such a brutal way to kill someone. No, this is beyond brutal. Wouldn't you agree? They killed her. How could it not be brutal? That's an easy question. And the scream in Japanese is actually gut-wrenching. Oh yeah, I bet they changed the voice actor for that, right? I didn't even think about that. Unless you've been really busy, Wolverine. You've been taking Soros, is that how you say that? Soros ice skating 3 times a week for hours. Took all of your free time up. That's so cool though, man. I have not been ice skating since I was a kid. That sounds like so much fun, Wolverine. And you actually played the games in English, but then you tried it in Japanese, Okobo, so you kind of got to see the difference. Pick a new fave. Wait till this one's over, because maybe there's more than one corpse. I don't want to pick somebody else right now, Plocky, and find out they're already dead. No, that's not my point. This murder is far too bizarre for any everyday amateur to have committed. Unlike with Sayaka, this murder was not a crime of passion or necessity. It's almost as if whoever did this did it for fun. You see what I mean, don't you? What? My head was swimming. I was still reeling, too confused to understand what he was trying to say. And before I could even begin to clear my head...
What the heck?
Hey, good, we got someone else here. Good, this guy's freaking me out. Hey, I heard screaming. Did something... That was a good blood-curdling scream. That wasn't too bad. Choose a new fave now, please. Let me wait until everyone's in the same room. Then I'll pick. And Sheely, why did you do this to yourself? You recommend this game despite knowing for sure what would happen and have to be sad again. You can only blame yourself, Sheely. Sheely actually requested this game to be streamed. And it's Sersha. Okay, thank you, Wolverine. And she's become so good in the last few months. If she really wants, I will get her a coach. But she's still so little. Oh, that's right. Your kids are probably doing it with you too, huh? That's super cool. I'm doing great. Same old, streaming and working. Although off stream, I've been playing tons of Elden Ring, Wolverine. I'm really enjoying that game too. And props to Taka's voice actor. That was a nice scream. That was pretty good. I imagine screaming into a microphone with nothing actually happening would be pretty difficult to nail.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Oh my gosh, I have like no information. What the hell was that?
What?
Ah, that's right. You were unconscious during Sayaka's, so you don't know about it. What you just heard was the body discovery announcement. Oh yeah, we didn't hear that at the first time. Apparently, when 3 or more people discover a body, an announcement plays to let everyone know. I imagine it's so that the search of the culprit can proceed fairly for everyone involved. Proceed fairly? The body discovery announcement that Chihiro really is...
Naturally.
Dead, yes. Before you start screaming your head off, go around everyone up. It seems another game has begun. Oh crap. So this is the second murder, Plocky, but the 4th person dead. Another life or death game to uncover a killer. Wolverine, you've liked some of the other Souls games, right? I think it's pretty much... I don't know, it's going to be up there like in my top 10 games of all time, I think. It's really good if you can handle that kind of game. Even if you can't, I think Elden Ring is a lot more accessible than a lot of other of those type of games. And Sheila, you're playing Fable 3 and getting about 20,000 gold every 5 minutes. Oh, I forgot about real estate. That's right. You can make a ton of money in that game. I never played Fable 3, but Fable 2 I think also had some real estate stuff as well. Christian, what's in the box? We haven't found a box yet, but I'm sure we will soon. So that's why Chihiro's murder seems to be far in the game. It seems like it, right? How is it only the second murder? So many people are already dead. And by the end of this case, another player will be dead because we have to pin it on somebody. Taka bolted out of the locker room. As everyone made their way to the scene, it felt as if no time had passed at all. It was like my sense of time had just taken wing and flown away. When I finally came back to myself, I saw everyone had the same look of confusion, fear, and anger. We all just stood there, gathered around Chihiro's body.
Damn.
Oh, she looks so scary when she's pissed. Oh my goodness. Damn, I couldn't keep her safe. So there's another victim. Which means we are all now in the same position once again. Fuck, man. Wait, that was the wrong one. Good job, John. Way to mute that swear word. Just pronounce it even bigger with an echo. Fantastic. That's exactly what I meant to do. Some of you... Kat, what are you going to do with all those tokens? No. Some of you guys have a ton of tokens. Some people can actually recommend or request more than one game in a row. It's impressive.
What the?
What the is this? There we go.
What?
It's a dream. This is a dream. It's all just a dream. In fact, I haven't even been born yet. I don't have any memory of being alive. Way to like just wipe existence. Shut up. I'm gonna have to now, right, Krim? Although I can't really block it because they swear too, like the voice actors do. So it is what it is. Yeah, adds emphasis on the messed up nature of what he's seen. It's true. It's true. I meant to do that. Yeah, that wasn't on accident. I meant to do that. Okay, let's go ahead and talk to everybody. Oh, I can't talk to Sakura. It looks like somebody marked this thing back here. This is what I was pointing out earlier. I was surprised to see this here. So now we get to like check out the murder scene. Wait, look at the wall. Are these letters on the wall? Yeah, look at it.
Hey.
I can hardly see it from back here. Why won't they zoom in and let me see it better? I can't talk to him. There's some blood on the ground. Is this Chihiro's blood? No, there are more important things to worry about right now than this. What? Isn't this all part of like the crime scene investigation? For now, pay attention to the wall. Huh? I said it once already. There's a word written there. On the wall? Okay, I'll look at this giant word we've already looked at. The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood.
So...
I don't think it's any kind of dying message. It's just too strange. That happened last time. Somebody that died, Sayaka, she wrote something in blood. That actually helped us out. But you know, that thing about writing bloodlust in blood, doesn't it sound kind of familiar? A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. And at the scene of each crime, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. I forgot all about that. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. Genocide Jack, the murderous fiend whose grisly attacks were famous all across the country. The ultimate murderous fiend, catering a reputation of abnormal, downright cruel killings.
What is this?
Then this is some copycat killer trying to imitate Genocide Jack's style? Or it's actually Genocide Jack, huh? But why would anyone do that? Perhaps it's the work of the real Genocide Jack.
What?
The real? Wait, are you saying Genocide Jack is here in the school?
No way!
There's no way. But going so far as to write bloodlust at the scene, I am surprised at their stupidity.
Well,
I can't imagine a worse situation than dealing with a stupid murderer. What is it now? Toko. Hina was pointing towards the entrance to the girls' locker room. Huh? Toko was the last to arrive, and now she was just standing there. Uh-oh. Oh, true. I guess it is 2 words instead of 1, right, Chili? That's a good call. Awfully pink blood. Yeah, Katamari. It's kind of a combination of a stylistic choice of pink blood, and also it kind of helps censor the game. Makes it maybe not so grotesque. And it's a lot easier to buy everything in Fable 3 than 2, Sheely. You just play your loot or make pies for a bit until you can buy a house or two, and then you just get passive income. It's so nice. Honestly, just like real life. If you can invest in real estate, you can get a ton of passive income. Not too far off. And kudos to that murderer that wrote the text on the wall. It's flawless. It's a great font. Great font. And Pepto-Bismol. That's right, Kat. All right, so what does Toko have to say for herself? No. Why? Why? She has a genuine reaction. Gadunk. She fainted. That did not sound good. Toko. Hina rushed over to the collapsed Toko and started trying to shake her awake. Toko, are you okay? Come on, wake up.
Oh, that's right. I just remember what she said about how she faints anytime she sees blood.
Oh.
So she is a hemophobic. I imagine she does not watch too many horror films, and I am definitely not hemophobic then. I love horror films. The gorier, the better. However, I don't like seeing real blood. I love it in movies. I love it when it's special effects, but if I see like a scene or something of like real actual violence, I'm just like, no, I don't want to see it. Dang, that is crazy, Sheely. I mean, after just playing for an hour, you'll never need money again in the game. This isn't a violation of the rules, right? I mean, technically she passed out somewhere besides her room. No, I think it should be okay. The regulations prohibit sleeping, like, on purpose. We actually passed out too. Earlier, chapter 1. So since she didn't faint on purpose, it doesn't count. Gotcha.
Just a second.
Toko, can you hear me? Hey, you gotta wake up. As if she'd heard her, Toko suddenly shot awake. As in, she literally jumped up from where she was laying. It was such a strange reaction, I was at a total loss for words. She leapt straight into the air, changing her stance as she did. Like a zombie. In no time flat, she was just standing up. Ignoring the physical contortions she had to go through, her motions were totally haphazard. Huh? What? Sorry about that. I was just so shocked, you know. It happens, right? Was I the only one? Toko, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Are you dead? What kind of reaction is that?
What the heck?
Oh, that's right. We actually did pass out in our room, Sheely. That makes sense because that's where we found the body. And we've been told you love horror movies, but you don't like the ultra-violent gore scenes either. You usually look away. I do enjoy the really gory stuff, you know? I think it's just special effects. It just impresses me, especially when it looks very convincing. Or if it's like Evil Dead 2, where it's like so over the top it's funny, I enjoy that as well. She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. So she's lost her mind. The world has a front and a back, a top inning and a bottom, the sea of truth and a web of lies.
Well...
It is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
No, everything's fine. At least the stutter's gone. That's right, she had a bad stutter. She fixed it by hitting her head. She's kind of scaring me. That's a good thing, right?
I see.
It's clear to me that everything is not fine. Your eyes seem strangely vacant. I mean, she's concussed is the problem. She probably has a concussion. It might be best if we take her back to her room for the time being.
So,
You should not go to sleep right after having a concussion. I don't mind taking her, but could someone help me?
If you need help, I don't mind.
She's not cool with that. Taka, could you help me?
She totally ignored me.
Very well. You take care of the girl, and the rest of us can begin the investigation right away. I know poor Hifumi, although he said some weird things to kind of put everybody on edge. So I'm not totally shocked. People wouldn't necessarily trust him right away. Can I assume nobody has a problem leaving Sakura and Mondo on guard duty again? Hold on a second. Rushing to an investigation. The mastermind isn't behind that. After what happened last time, surely you realize that.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There is no question that Chihiro was murdered by someone among us. Who's sus? Among us? Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Of course.
Was he here the whole time? Oh my goodness. Yeah, Toko has gone crazy. More crazy, right, Sakobo? And poor Hifumi always just being nice and ignored. And concussion sleeps are the best. No creme. Like in real life. Like if you ever hit your head and you don't feel right, don't go to sleep right away. You know, you want to monitor that. Some people that, and like I like to watch, you know, UFC and fights and things like that. And it's never happened in the UFC, but in other organizations. People have been concussed so bad and they went to the doctor and stuff. And, you know, they checked out okay, but when they went to sleep, then wake up. So it's you want to stay awake for a while after being concussed to make sure everything's okay, get proper scans and everything. All right, here's Monokuma again. Right as rain. But don't take it as a bad thing. It's just a fact of life. Because that's how graduation works. Graduation? Because you have to graduate to get out of here by killing someone? Then it's happened again. Is that what you're saying? That another one of us killed a fellow classmate? What? Does that freak you out? You guys got no balls, you know that? Is there just nothing down there at all? Well, I'll let you pray to mine if you want. What? Actually, I don't have any either. Sorry.
Stop talking.
Stop monologuing and give us what you came to give us. You did bring it, right? I sure did, chum.
It's the Monokuma file.
That's right. Here's like the murder trial file, which helps us study. Allow me to present the Monokuma file. I know how much you must be looking forward to it.
See ya later.
So please do your tippy-top best on this investigation.
No way!
Do we really gotta do another investigation? Examining the corpse of one of our friends? Having to suspect all our other friends?
Why?
I hate this. I can't take it anymore. I'm trying to think of like, who didn't like Chihiro? I think Byakuya gave her a hard time earlier. Anybody else give her a hard time?
Oh no!
I hate it too.
Help me!
I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
Hey.
Where do you plan on going? There's nowhere to run.
Such ignorance.
Just accept it already. After all, blood is just a liquid. A dead body is a simple object. You are very enthusiastic about all this, are you not?
Naturally.
How can I not be? If we don't unmask the culprit, we all die. That's true, but to jump into it so soon.
What?
What? Do you want to die?
Such ignorance.
Fine. Then go off and die somewhere. Right now, go ahead. You're a waste of space. Dang, that's brutal.
Damn you!
A dead body is an object?
Piece of shit!
He says that so many times. I love it. Chihiro wasn't an object. Show a little respect, or I'll beat some into you.
Calm down.
Everyone, stop bickering. Listen, there's some truth in what Byakuya said. Kyoko,
Because
if we don't solve the mystery and find the killer, our own lives are forfeit. And if Byakuya is right that Genocide Jack is somehow the one who killed Chihiro,
that's right.
then unless we do something, more victims could start piling up.
What? Forget more victims. If we mess this up, we're all dead meat.
Hey. Hey.
Hold on. If that's your worry, you don't gotta worry any longer. In any one killing game, the guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people.
Ah, there's rules to this. Okay, I forgot about this.
Huh? I don't remember any rule like that.
Actually,
I just came up with it. That's kind of funny that I just sort of make up rules on the fly if they have problems with things. Actually, he's done it before, like with the lockers, remember? Hey, Cat, what's up, dude?
I mean, if one person went around and killed everyone, your lovely student life would be all over, right?
He wants the game to last. That makes sense. The new rule has been added to the regulations menu.
so then.
In that case, why not limit it to one person?
Hey,
Well, in a good mystery, you don't want to miss out on at least the potential of a serial killer angle. Just one would totally murder that possibility.
Punishment is waiting for you.
That's true, because if they only kill one person, you have a trial. If you find the right person, then you kill them and it's over, right?
Farewell for now. I'll catch you guys at the class trial.
I can't say I understand his thinking, but if we can kill up to 2 people, then one more person's life could still be in danger.
Interesting.
Which is definitely not good. We need to uncover the culprit before something else happens.
You son of a bitch!
There it is again. You need to shut the up.
So,
Well, for now, Taka and me are gonna drop Toko off at her room. Nice. I'm gonna get dropped off.
there is nothing to be done.
We have no time to stand around here. We must begin our investigation tout suite. Not familiar with that terminology. Tout suite? I mean, it sounds like it means like immediately, but have you ever heard that term? If we do not solve the mystery of who killed Chihiro,
Is that okay?
then we will quickly follow her into the afterlife. That's true. I hate this, but I want to survive. How many accounts do you have, Kat? Me and everyone else. We have to do it. We don't have any other choice. Investigate. Okay, now I can probably look at everything in the room. First of all, I better check out the Monokuma file to see what exactly is going on. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. So Toot Sweet does mean immediately. Thank you, Phantasma. Yeah, I kind of got it just based on the, phrasing of it, but I just have never seen that terminology. I'm going to start using that. I like it. Toot Sweet. Cat, more than you can imagine. So here's a question, Cat. Why so many accounts? Do you get banned from places and you need like alternate ways to get in there, or you just use them to, I don't know, be in multiple places at the same time? Phantasma said toot. So yeah, found in the locker room, 2nd floor. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. That's a hell of a hit. That's all it says. Well, it's not like there's any point to complaining about it. No matter what, I gotta do what I gotta do. Monokuma file 2 has been added to the truth bullet section. Hey Makoto, do you have a second? I thought he was gonna go take Toko out of here. Huh? Did you need something from me?
Naturally.
Oh, nice. On multiple devices. That's awesome, Kat. Well, I mean, in a way, you're giving the channel 2 views, so thank you very much. Of course, life without purpose is quite dull, don't you know? So, what did you need? I'm gonna let you cooperate with me during my investigation. Huh?
What?
I'm purchasing your talent. The same talent which allowed you to solve Sayaka's case. Solve? No, I just...
Stop talking.
You seem to have some limited use, which is why I've chosen you. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation. So you're inviting me to come with you? You're doing it in the most arrogant way possible, though.
Let's go.
Now then, shall we get started? But we need to get moving. There's no time to be standing around. Oh, Hina and Taka. Okay, that makes sense. I don't really know what just happened, but it looks like I'll be working with Byakuya on this one. Okay, so let's check out this thing, because it looks like there's something written there too. No, I think it's just a blood splatter on her face. The poster's got some blood on it. It must have happened during the murder. Okay, let's look at this again. Because now we can add truth bullets for our investigation. The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood. What's the meaning behind it? Bloodlust. I could feel the life draining out of my own body. It's a dead body. Chihiro's dead
Very
body.
strange.
But the more I look, the more strange it all seems. This must be Genocide Jack's handiwork. Well, but
What?
we're still not sure he did it. Is that what you want to say? I wonder about that. And there's also blood on the weight here, it looks like. There's a dumbbell on the floor, and there's a blood stain. There's a blood stain on the dumbbell. Well, if it was blunt trauma that killed Chihiro, it would actually kind of make sense that the dumbbell could be the tool, because, man, those things are so heavy, you could definitely take somebody out with that. The Monokuma file said a blow to the head with a blunt object is what killed her. Does that mean this dumbbell was actually the murder weapon?
That's right.
I don't imagine it could have been anything else. Hey, there we go. There's our first truth bullet. And then there's some blood stains on the floor. There's a fresh blood stain on the carpet. They must have been splattered with the blood during the murder. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once, it was so cute. It's like, oh, I want to be stronger, not just like mentally, but physically. Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. But did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't that strong. It's a little bit of a generalization, Makoto. Jeez. I don't know, man. Haven't really thought about that stuff. Just look at Sakura. Nobody's messing with her. The cause of Chihiro's complex. I can't help wondering what it might be. Mondo's account has been added to the truth bullet section in your handbook. Actually, I want to say it was Byakuya. Is that how I say that? Byakuya. I thought was telling her that she was very weak, which maybe that prompted her to come here. Maybe that was his plan all along. Maybe he's a killer. Let's ask Kyoko. She's super helpful too. She took her time examining Chihiro's corpse. She poked and prodded, going over every inch of the lifeless body. You're a very strange woman, you know, being able to touch a dead body with absolutely no trouble. She seemed to be concentrating pretty hard. It's like she can't even hear us. I couldn't even talk to her. She's busy doing actual work. Let's see what else we can look at. There's the monitor in here. This is one of the monitors Monokuma appears on. Now's no time to think about it. Let's see. And of course there's the camera, but we can't look at these recordings. A surveillance camera. The mastermind must have been watching as Chihiro was killed. They know what's happened, and they're still forcing us to go through with this. Now there's really not much else to look at in here. I think I talked to everybody, right? I use this locker room all the time. Now it's become the site of Chihiro's death. Ignore the haters of Kyoko. I really like Kyoko so far. Okay, here we go. There we go. So that's gonna be my new favorite. I think my new favorite now is Kyoko. She really did us a solid in the last trial, helping us out. So I kind of feel like she's got our back. I like her. And that's true, Sheely. Byakuya said dead bodies are nothing but objects. So who's he to talk about that, right? But why was she killed in the locker room? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else and then carried here. She was very light, that is true. It wouldn't be hard for someone to carry her, but still. Well, I think she came here on her own, by choice. What makes you say that? She'd been talking a lot lately about how she wanted to get stronger. Crap, no, John, pick another favorite. That's not fair. Why can't I have my favorite? I hope I don't get Kyoko killed. So you're saying she came here to exercise. But according to the Monokuma file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Would she have really been exercising that late? I thought they had to be in their rooms. Well, I guess they didn't have to be, you know. They had like a kind of a handshake sort of rule about staying in the rooms at night.
Perhaps.
Ino or myself are usually in the locker room during the day, so she was probably avoiding it then. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up. so I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. And instead, she came to exercise in the middle of the night.
However,
Perhaps, but it is difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. She needed support from others. So you're saying she could have come here in the middle of the night to train in secret, but that she would have also come with someone else. It's a possibility, I think. There we go. All right, so she might have like reached out to somebody. Maybe we'll find a note or something that she did ask for somebody's help, and then we might know who the killer is. Because we need to get more people killed. Okay, another favorite besides them. Actually, I think Sakura is actually really cool too. I haven't had any negative reaction to anything she's done or said. She seems pretty much on the ball. Now I believe it's about time for us to move on. Already?
What?
Or I do reverse psychology, Sokobo. Good call. Choose somebody you want to die, right? He's my favorite. Got him. She's my favorite. Got her. New clues won't magically appear by standing around here. We need to check every aspect of this case. That's true, but
Let's go.
if you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. He's so pushy. I got caught up with the wrong person this time. My first fave cat was Kyoko. So, this is our next location. Huh? This place is related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? I mean, this is connected to the locker room. Let's see. Those look like water toys. There's a bunch of different pool-related items on the shelf, which have nothing to do with the case. Okay, it was. Yeah, choose Mondo. He's a bully. You know, Mondo's one of those characters that he's definitely a jerk in the beginning, but I feel like he's going to start to grow on us. You know, he kind of came around in the last big meeting. He started being a little bit more friendly. So I have a feeling Mondo might actually become cool. A flotation donut. I don't think it's related to what happened to Chihiro. There is the place where they scan their cards. If I remember right, this card reader is meant to work with our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma. He said that, then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together.
Did you call for me?
You called for me? Has he become domesticated? Here, boy, come on.
That's right.
It seems that Makoto has a question for you.
You need something?
Sure, what's up? Well, it's just about this card reader.
Yep.
Yes, the card readers have all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks. You can only enter your locker room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook. And it's impossible for two people in a row to go through while the door is unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
If there were some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl... Oh, that's right, they were going to kill them, I remember. The ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter. And the school regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correct. So then, that means only girls can go in the girls' locker room, and only boys can go in the boys' locker room. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker room means... Hey, Makoto, I can see right through you. See right through me? Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. Since Chihiro was found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So, in other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such ignorance.
Good lord, you're simple. It's not wrong. But am I wrong? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. I mean, you're still loaning. In the case of borrowing, it's just like, are you the quarterback or are you the receiver, right? I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of the noble Togami family. That's right. Silly loophole. That's funny. Or stealing. I guess stealing wouldn't be prohibited.
So you managed to sniff out the loophole in the regulations.
Knowing you, I would bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things.
You're treating me like a punny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore. They're things.
Yep.
Get it? Got it? Good.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but in order to borrow something from someone, then that person would also have to loan it. So, yeah, see, that's what I was saying.
Why you?
So sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your poop together.
Unbelievable.
Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. No more questions. Figure out the rest on your damn own self.
That's fine.
Well, I know you are unfortunately lacking in mental faculties, so I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. The main hall? That'll help you understand what's going on. Cool, all right. We got that. Yeah, get your poop together. I like that. And Katamari, I'm sure no murderer would ever break the rules. And that's what's kind of funny too. Like, unless there's like that gun that's guarding the door, something like that would keep people from breaking the rules. But just borrowing a book, I don't think anything's stopping that. And Monokuma's mad since you're being naive. I don't know. I think we make a good point about, you know, somebody borrowing has to have somebody lending kind of thing, which is against the rules. But once again, what's to enforce that rule, right? You're about to die anyway, or kill somebody, so you're breaking all kinds of rules. We came to the main hall. So, what are we looking for here? Does that mean I have to figure it out for myself? All right, what do we got? We got 2 more guns and the door. There's not much to look at here. The hunk of metal blocking the entrance seems like a kind of machine. A surveillance camera. And there's what I can only assume is a gun attached to it. It's so chilling. Oh, there's more over here. Okay, good. We looked at this once before. I forget what this is. Nice, Weebatome. And you think the definition of borrowing is a bit different than what you think he means. Oh, maybe. Yeah, sometimes you get like some idea in your head of what they're trying to say, but it's not exactly it. Because it is sort of like a riddle, right? There's a mailbox here. Could there be something inside? Hey, it's an e-handbook. No, wait. There's 3 of them. But what are they doing here? So, you finally found them. Did you know these were here, Byakuya? I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. It seems there's a system in place where the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox. So then, these handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka? You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. I immediately turn one of the handbooks, and when I did, that's Sayaka's, yeah. You're right, this is Sayaka's handbook. Now do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier. So, I guess nobody is lending it, right? Although technically somebody is borrowing it. I guess you could say it's stealing it. They're just objects, though. So I guess using that terminology, that people are just objects, no longer people, that feeds into the loophole. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it. Just barely. Or still stealing, right, Kat? I love that. Yeah, she's a vengeful spirit, but... You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Okay, the answer was not in front of me the entire time. You'd have to look in a mailbox for dead people's handbooks. You'd have no idea it was there. It's kind of a interesting, like, far-reaching moment, I think. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. Or stealing it. I see. Yeah, now I understand. Cool. More ammo. Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Very strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Battery ran out, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, don't mind that quote, Kat. Don't mind that quote at all. Is it broken? Whose is it? Yeah, I mean, the loophole makes sense, Akobo. It's more of like, people are surprised I didn't figure it out. The idea of knowing there's handbooks in the mailbox is kind of the stretch, I think. But I'm glad that they like drag you here to look at it, because honestly, in most other adventure games, they just let you loose in a huge open area trying to find an item. And you can waste a lot of time trying to find whatever they're asking you to find. So the other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. Then that one won't turn on, must be Leon's, right?
I see.
Some of my quotes, if you don't have any kind of context, Krem, it would get me fired from my job and or, you know, sent straight to jail. It would make sense, yes. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of baseballs. Pummeled with baseballs. That's right, that was a gruesome death. Yeah, I like how this game gives you a bit of guidance, Akobo, to keep it moving. The memory of it came flooding back. That cruel punishment, which led to Leon's death. The execution of that mastermind concocted. A cruel, heartless death. You're right. I wouldn't be surprised for the handbook to break during that kind of assault.
Damn it!
Hey, hey! Hey, 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 hey!
Now I'm really angry!
Oh my gosh. What?
That e-handbook is essential to student life here.
Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal.
There's no way it would break that easily.
But it did.
That's impossible!
If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. It can withstand up to 10 tons of pressure, and it's waterproof up to 100 meters, okay?
Frost. Perfect timing, right? That was a funny VR moment in Half-Life with that quote.
I don't care how many baseballs you hit it with, it wouldn't do crap. Oh, but even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point.
It does?
I can't hear you!
But it's a secret. I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks.
What?
Then Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what its weakness was, right? Hard to say. So my guess, if it wouldn't have been broken during that, is that whoever borrowed it maybe broke, this is just a crazy guess, but maybe broke their own handbook, left it in there, and then they have Leon's that they used to get in there. So it'll look like if they find a handbook or something in there, or if they can see who scanned it, it would look like Leon went in there. Something like that. Swapped it, I guess. And how are you doing, Frost? Good to see you.
You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken.
What?
But you might ask, how could that be?
Leaving the question mark hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared. What just happened? Monokuma said it's not broken, but it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on. Maybe it's just out of battery.
That's fine.
Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. What is... I couldn't even say that. Is that focaccia bread? What is that? I don't know if I've ever had that before. Maybe I've had it, and I just don't know what it is. You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers me. Leon's ghost is the killer. Sweet. We need all the truth bullets we can get. Okay then. This should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the true culprit. Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Not quite. Oh, I meant to tell you guys, I have a Steam Deck, that new handheld computer device, on order, but like everybody else, it's going to take a while to get sent out to me, but I think I'm very close to getting it. There's this Reddit page, which depending on when you ordered it, they update what the latest numbers are of who got it, and it's in order that you bought it. So for the model that I got, the latest somebody has ordered it is at like 16 minutes and 20 seconds or something like that is when they ordered it and they were able to buy it. I'm at like 17 minutes. So I'm very close. I'm thinking next week I'll probably get the email telling me I can get my Steam Deck. Okay, let's see what else is in here. I think that's it. So we probably need to leave this room. What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite. Certainly I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the truth, or the true identity of the Genocide Jack. Then you really think? You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit in this case. Let's get more information on that. That murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, right? There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. They're like a ghost. Hey, Leon's ghost. Attacking suddenly and then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. And what nickname did the internet give this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. They say he's killed thousands of people, but that's gotta be an urban legend. I wonder, what is the most kills a serial killer ever got? Maybe something like, what is his name? Like Jack the Ripper way back in the day or something? I'm not even sure how many guys he killed. But usually like a serial killer would be like 5, 8, 10 people. You don't have them in the thousands, that's for sure. You're not going to wonder. But words have little meaning right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. So, are you going to show me? Oh, it just repeats that. Okay. So it's like an Italian flatbread. It's like a breadier pizza crust with olive oil. Oh, that sounds super tasty. Nice, Frost. And you made it? Oh, we can also ask him about this basis. Now he says, I have a basis to believe that. I assure you, Genocide Jack is one of us. So Jack the Ripper actually killed few people compared to some who are believed to kill like 30 or 40 people. Dang, Flocky. Yeah, see, that's a lot. Especially considering you've done so many murders and you haven't been caught yet. Is there really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide you all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro. Evidence. Does something like that really... Hey, you two! Who's this? Oh, good. It's Hina. I'd also like Hina. Probably just killed her. Big trouble. Need your help.
I don't have time to play with you.
We're busy. Leave us alone. But it's emergency. Emergency. Come on, please. You gotta help me. What the hell's going on?
Please.
Jack the Ripper character has killed millions. That's true. The character, right, Frost? And it's actually on Wikipedia. You just look up serial killers by death count. Oh, so who's the number one, Plocky? I don't know if you have that resource up though. I wonder if I've even heard of them. Probably not. Stop liking the likable characters. You just answered your own question, Krem. Why am I picking all of them? Because they're likable. This is a serious emergency. Please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay, Hina? But it's an emergency. An emergency? What happened?
Well...
Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. Yeah. She busted her head. She has a concussion, and she no longer stutters and screams all the time. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What do we do now, Byakuya?
Very strange.
Since it's Toko, I must admit I'm intrigued. I suppose we could take a second to see what's going on with her. Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
I didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd say no, and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, hurry. Maybe you're into unlikable characters. Every once in a while, I kind of like the anti-hero, but with these people, because, you know, I'm worried as who's the killer is, I'm going for the people I trust a little bit more. Wait for us, Hina.
Let's go.
It looks like she's headed to the dorms. To Toko's room, most likely. You're right. Alright, Toko, here you are. Is Toko inside? Some kind of emergency. Oh, do I have to use this? I can't use that. Oh, I can't actually use the door. I guess we talk to him.
Such ignorance.
You're talking to the wrong person, you waste of space. Dude! Calm down. Oh, here we go.
You guys are too slow.
I think you're just too fast. So, what's this emergency?
So,
Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her, see how she was doing. But when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out, and she kept saying all this weird stuff.
Weird stuff.
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. So now, do I check the door? May as well give it a shot. Togami totally called me out. The door swung open, slowly and silently. Oh, that's creepy. Holy crap! An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me.
What? Oh, nothing. It's just that, Hina was really worried about you, holding yourself up in your room.
leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But, could you open up, just for a second?
I really wish the entire game was voice acted, honestly. Partially because it just saves my throat.
Won't allow it.
And the voice acting they do have is good.
Huh?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control.
Is she doing what I think she's doing? Is she saying that she's Genocide Jack? Like it takes over, like a split personality kind of thing? Whoa. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. What was that?
She's been acting like that the whole time. When I rang a little while ago, I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. It doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her in there alone, so I tried to bust down the door. But it felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it.
Toko was scared enough to even bar her door? Does she think the same thing as Bayukaya? Does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Is that why Toko's so scared? It seemed like she was trying to keep herself in the room, not keep Genocide Jack from getting in, you know? And Sheely, if it was slow and silent, then did the door really swing open? Maybe it's very well oiled, Sheely. Lots of WD-40.
But
Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her?
Yeah, this guy right here. Michael? That's lies and slander. How dare you? What's going on, Michael? How's it going, buddy? See, Toko likes him, so he can totally get her to come out. Hey, Bayukuya, do you think you could ask her? To come out of her room, I mean.
That's fine.
Sure, whatever.
Huh? You're gonna talk to her, Bayukuya? Wow, I guess you can be nice when you want to.
I don't think he's trying to be nice. He just wants things to move on. Bayukuya stood in front of her door, not making a sound, then pressed the doorbell. After a few moments...
what do you want?
So, Michael, don't be shocked. Somebody already died. When we started the stream, remember the bear told us, Monokuma, that something had happened. We went to the pool area, and in the girls' locker room, Chihiro was dead. The very shy girl that's always apologizing. And now we're just kind of doing our investigations and trying to find out who might have killed her. And Toko, she fell down, fainted, kind of hit her head, and now she's acting crazy. So we're trying to find out what's up with her as well. Leave me alone. You're all so annoying. Ah, Bakula.
It's Byakuya.
Thank you for pronouncing it Byakuya. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry. Never again. What was her promise? I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. I know, I really like Chihiro. And Michael, we're kind of discovering whichever characters I like are destined for death. And with that, the door slams shut. Wow. Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation. Hold on. Hey, Byakuya. What was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure. Okay, now crap is getting shady. But
Stop talking.
if I say I don't know, that means I don't know. I just let Hina take care of her. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Interesting, huh? Yeah, Frost, is there anyone who could persuade her? That person, right there. And now Hina or Kyoko might die because they're John's favorite characters. Yeah, right now I'm saying, yeah, Hina and Kyoko are some good ones. So that'd be so sad to lose them. But they're going to die because I've picked them. Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped by. Byakuya! And I hurried to catch up. Michael, that is the perfect quote for why people die in the games that I play. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. He just kept walking toward his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in front of a certain room. A library? Come on, let's go in. Interesting. Katamari, how could you? And Blocky, I love the ground floor. There's no Jimmy on the ground floor. It's a very bonk-free experience, unlike the stream. I love that quote. I don't really do it on purpose. It's just like, you know, it hits me in the moment. I don't know. It's just perfect storm with what we're talking about, what we're playing. Just works out sometimes. Okay, well, why the hell are we in the library? Unless we're here to like rent games and movies, which apparently libraries have now. Why was that not a thing when I was a kid? Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay, I guess we're checking books. There's no point in checking there. We need to find real clues. Real clues. Oh my god. There's so many things. We could check this note again. I forget what was in the note. Nope, not there. Not there. Hey, nice. Something in the desk? What the hell? Why are we here? Something in the books behind you? No. Okay, good. We got a different reaction. Knock it off. What does a desk lamp matter right now? Never mind. That also is useless. Oh, am I supposed to go in this door? Because this is not the exit. This is another room, right? If I remember, on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right? Hurry up and go inside. Oh, here?
Let's go.
It all makes sense once you're inside. I don't know if I've ever even been in this room, to be honest. Whoa, there's so many books and files. And so much dust, too.
So in other words...
I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust. Hey, another lamp. I love lamp. Huh, it's a desk lamp. Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library before.
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, then I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. Interesting. That was kind of random, wasn't it? And you don't know how Makoto isn't scared of being killed alone by anyone. That's very true, Plocky. Our character totally absent-minded as far as self-preservation, huh? Let's check these files. There's a wooden box. It's empty. Although, judging by the smudges in the dust, it looks like there was something inside. Oh, thank you, Krem. I'm sure we're gonna nail it after I fail once or twice. Have a good one, dude. I wonder what it was. There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful while I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? Now I guess we'll check some books. This shelf is stuffed tight with files. Without really thinking about it, I picked one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file. Huh?
That's right.
That's the report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Without making a sound, I returned the file to the shelf. Don't mind me getting rid of this. Same, Plocky. Same. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like when you play Among Us. Once you have an idea of who you think it might be, you need a group of people that you believe are safe, right? And just hope for the best. And for us, most people here probably think only one murderer or corpse would appear at a time. True, but now we do know about the rule. They're allowed to kill 2 people per round, I guess. Let's check these books. There's so many files stuffed under the shelf. What's in all these things?
That's enough.
Those documents are dangerous. Dangerous. They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous for a commoner. You mean like members of the Diet or something? No, I mean the ones with real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. We played that game, The Council. It was good. I liked it. We lost a hand playing that game, like our character lost a hand, so I had to stream the rest of the game one-handed. Using a controller. I had to play one-handed. Luckily, it was a pretty chill game, so I was able to put it on the table. I filmed it so you could see my hand and how I played the rest of the game just with one hand. It was super fun. And Young Daddy, speaking of the rules, how's it going, Young Daddy? Thank you again for the follow. So, if you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There's some very interesting people in there. You're just kidding, right? Am I? This guy's always messing with us. And it is ominous how Monokuma added the handbook rule, and now it potentially is in play. That's so interesting. I mean, we didn't know. I guess there was no rule before, but now it's limited to, I guess, right? Oh, I appreciate the lurk, dude. This game's really addicting, for sure. And people drop like flies. Like, I kind of thought there would be 1 death per chapter. No, already 4 people are dead, and we're in chapter 2. Let's see. Anyone else over there? And Gargarath, how you doing, dude? You would love a Danganronpa Among Us style game. They absolutely could. Absolutely. They're coming out with a VR game of Among Us. Have you seen that? They have a new trailer out there now. There's a ton of thick files stuffed onto the bookshelf. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful. Huh? What do you mean? All those files there are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Why would those be at a library? Wouldn't those be at a police station? Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. Oh, so are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here.
Interesting.
It's home to classified government documents, police records. This is no ordinary person, or things no ordinary person would see. Isn't it magnificent? This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guy's problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. We have a lot of that going on right now in the world. Well, it's not that. It's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How can anyone have put all of this together? I suppose it goes to show you just how much power Hope's Peak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. What's wrong? You still can't believe it? What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible.
What?
What do you mean usually? Usual, normal, ordinary, simple, those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, then you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Are you just realizing that? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times. There is no doubt. So he's read everything here? Let's see here. Yeah, do Among Us, but with Dangan trials, with the mini games and everything. That would be so crazy. You've never played Among Us, Michael? How did you avoid it for 3 years? It's fun. It is a lot of fun. But it's even better when you got a good group of friends to play it with. When you can do voice chat and stuff, that is super fun. Or when we all play on stream. That's hilarious. And with creative ways to kill other players, lots of intrigue instead of simplistic body found vote, that would be super interesting. You could die from like a poisoning, or they can trap one of the games you have to do or something like that. That would be really neat. Or, that's true, Frost, do it like Ace Attorney. Hold it! Objection! And the Town of Salem werewolf games are kind of like that, but with set roles. I've played those, was it One Night a Werewolf or something game? Those are super fun. Okay, so we're going to check out this reviewed multiple times. What does he mean? Hold on a second. You're saying you've read all these documents and more than once? But all of this has to be like top secret, confidential stuff, right? So why? My family has been a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. Huh? Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
So in other words...
I already told you, there's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. Now it's starting to make more sense. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim, without a doubt, that the materials gathered here are the real thing. This is beyond believing or not believing. Byakuya is actually starting to scare me more than the actual mastermind. You're right? Yeah, it's called being rich, Makoto. Rich people have a lot of random stuff. And you hope you didn't see this far into the game. Oh, what do you mean, Simone Girl, that you hope you didn't see this far? Do you mean like you're not spoiling anything? And what always interests me the most were the cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports has always been a hobby of mine, ever since I was little. Oh, that you missed too much. So, from the last stream, Samoan, when we started it today, we found a dead body in the girls' locker room near the pool, and it was Chihiro, that super sweet, nice, quiet girl. Very sad. So right now we're doing some investigating of our own to try to find out who might have been the killer. And unfortunately, one of the other characters, Toko, she hit her head, she fainted, and now she's acting crazy. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing the reports. And among all those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case. So he has solved who Genocide Jack is? As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. Because there are so many, allow me to quickly summarize the main points. To begin, there are two notable characters in every Genocide Jack murder. Oh, two characteristics. I read that as 2 characters. The first characteristic is that every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. 1. And the second is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Bloodlust is written in blood, and the victim's body is suspended. It's exactly what happened to Chihiro. Dang. Oh, no worries at all, Samoran. And wait, so Toko is Yes, Michael, even crazier than usual. So now Toko is like locked herself in a room, and she keeps saying like she is Genocide Jack. She has to keep Genocide Jack from getting out. I don't know what she's going on about. And she also mentioned having a secret with Byakuya. So here's a question. I don't want to spoil anything, but you know how we say we're looking for a killer? What if it was a group effort? She never said she was Genocide Jack? Okay, maybe I misunderstood that, Zakobo, because they said like, oh, she doesn't want to let Genocide Jack in there, but I could have sworn that she said she doesn't want to let Genocide Jack out again, which made me think like, oh, are you trying to lock yourself in your room so you don't, go out and kill people again? Almost like the Incredible Hulk, you don't want to turn into the Hulk and cause destruction. Oh, thank you, Simone. I appreciate that. Save your surprise. The best is yet to come. Yeah, what if it was like a duo? 2 or 3 people did the murder. Can we like convict them all at once? I don't know. For the second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who know about that particular fact were the members of the police and the other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about the act of mounting the victim. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion. So how could the killer have known about suspending the victim? That's kind of good proof that maybe it actually is the real Genocide Jack in here, right? Well, yeah, I mean, that was maybe not the best examples at Kobo, but you know what I mean. The Hulk would just break out. And do we really need 2 or 3 people to kill poor Chihiro? No, but I mean, just kind of thinking of the future, I wonder what happens if there's like 2 people that do the deed, right? Chihiro beefed up faster than we realized. What kind of food do they have in there? Do they have any kind of steroids? What is Chihiro doing? And technically, only one person can murder somebody. The others, they would be accomplices. That's true, Sheely. But I don't know. I mean, if 2 people are stabbing somebody at the same time, who's to say who actually killed them, right? I doubt they would do that in this game.
That's right.
That's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So in other words,
the culprit isn't a copycat killer. It's the real Genocide Jack. That's right. Young Daddy. Chihiro smash!
in other words,
that right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us. Then Genocide Jack really is such a brutal, fiendish killer, really is walking around among us?
Interesting.
Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what we've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Give me a chance to find it. Come on. Am I still looking around this room? We've been told maybe Chihiro was killed by the mosquito she couldn't slap away. And then the mosquito went, grabbed a barbell, smashed her head open, and strung her up. Was the mosquito Genocide Jack all along? I never liked mosquitoes. And Frost, you think there is a rule that only one can be blackened? I think you're right. That does sound familiar, yeah. And Monokuma will probably figure out which stab wound was fatal somehow. That's true. And you think the first trial, the bear was specific, whoever provided the killing blow. That's true. Yeah, I mean, in reality, somebody did more damage than the other person, so that would be the person to blame, right? The mosquito drained so much blood it became that strong. Or it drew so much blood that Chihiro was so light. She was already light to begin with. Okay. Maybe we should look at the box again? We've already looked at everything in here. No, that's all the same. Maybe there's more in the books here. They reveal the ones with real power, the secret council controlling everything from the shadows. They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. Well, are you going to look? For now, I think I'd rather not. I forget which bookcase is which. There's a ton of thick files stuffed onto this. No, we heard that before. What's this? Oh, it's the same thing. Maybe I'm done in here. I'm not sure.
Right.
Oh, no, we already heard that before too. I think... Yeah, I think we're done in here. Unless... I can't really... Ooh, there's a camera up there. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Never mind. I'm wrong. Hold on. We still have more to check here. What? What can I possibly check? Maybe I need to talk to him? Probably not right after Plocky. We'll probably swap out, but sometimes we do go back and play a sequel to a game for sure. Byakuya, about that Genocide Jack case file. Could you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. I thought he wanted me to figure out something for myself. No, actually, we just had to get something from him. Feel free to look at it here, but you can't take it with you. Look at that expression. Like he just found some, like, homemade porn his parents made or something. Byakuya handed me the file, and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly, my hand stopped. I had reached the page where photos from the scene of each crime had all been collected. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's kind of gruesome to look at. The names of Genocide Jack's victims ran on for several pages. Ken Harada, 32. Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. I wonder if these are the developer names. Shoji Gaka, 23. Kano Z, 14. He killed a 14-year-old? Takashi Yoshida, 30. Okay, I don't need to read all these. I'm just going to butcher all these names anyway. There was no end to it. Seriously, how are you impaling scissors through concrete? At least that crack kind of looks like concrete. But one thing became perfectly clear as I read. Those are badass looking scissors though. All the killer's countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Now, take a look at the next page, and you'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page. I love how it says, murder cases of Genocide Jack. Top secret. Although it's written on the what looks to be like the backside, but in Japan, that'd be the front of the book, right? Profiling results. All the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during the holidays, either day or night. The most common time for the killings was to take place on the holidays in the afternoon. So what, are you trying to tell me that he has like a 9-to-5 job and he can only do it on his time off? Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Or that. Or just somebody with a job. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Reusing shots to get my money worth. Ah, anime, right? Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely there were any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder. I mean, that's kind of exactly what I thought Toko was doing. But
So
I
in
might have
other
misunderstood
words-
her when she was talking. The key point here is that the culprit may have a split personality. Split personality? Like the kind of thing you see on TV? So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. But this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up till now. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind has gone numb. I'm trying to think of any other characters that kind of jumped around in their personality. Celeste? Celeste has done that a little bit, where she's very calm, collected, and then she goes crazy when she gets upset. So, I don't know. And Frost, your mom can never get the holidays off. Her job bans mostly holiday vacations. Oh, that really sucks, Frost. What does your mom do? That's got to be rough. I'm very lucky that I get core holidays off, but then I get 3 weeks of vacation, plus an extra week of like floating holidays. Actually, I guess I get 4 weeks of vacation. So I get like 5 weeks off. I could take whenever, essentially. And I get all the major holidays off, which is only like 6 days a year or something. That's true. Celeste is a gambler, so I think her craziness is her normal state, Sheely, and her calm, collected is her poker face. And it's nothing like what is portrayed in games and shows. What is it, Simone? I probably was just talking about it, but I'm not sure what you're referencing. And she does production work for testing product samples. Oh, that's cool, though. What a neat job. Bummer about the lack of holidays off, though. That sucks. Oh, the disorder. That's true. I mean, it's very rarely that a game can totally nail what mental illness is like, you know? Some games have done some scarily good jobs, but it's rare. All right, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? Anywhere but here. We finished our business here, haven't we? Wait, Byakuya. And gambling is also hardcore banned in Japan, so Celeste has criminal ties. Well, yes and no, young daddy. I mean, gambling can also be like pachinko, which is huge in Japan. But the way they get around it is you don't gamble money in pachinko machines. You just gamble the balls. And you can't buy the balls in the pachinko parlor. You have to go like right next door and purchase your stuff there, or that's where you redeem the balls when you're done with them. It's really weird, but they use that system to get around actual gambling, you know? It's kind of like you turn something into funny money, and then in a different building, you can turn the funny money into real money, essentially. Yeah, I got to do a little bit of pachinko when I was in Japan. That was fun. I didn't hardly understand what I was doing, but it was cool. And you think everyone fights over holidays, so they just make you take off around them instead? That's true, Frost. Yeah. It's nice when a work shuts down on the holidays, because then everybody gets it off. But if they have to be open on the holidays, it's always, you know, a bloodbath trying to get that time off. And you know someone with DID, that's the dissociative something disorder, and it's crazy how misrepresented it is in media. And Celeste is the ultimate pachinko, right? And you don't remember where Celeste said she was from? Could not be Japanese. That's true, Frost. I don't remember what her origin was. Although we can look up her file, right? As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. Oh yeah, underground poker tournament. That's true. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things to take care of before the class trial. Huh? Just all of a sudden like that?
I don't have time to play with you.
Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he'd asked me to join him, he'd cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. At the same time, I'd uncover some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack, he's the one that killed Chihiro. And that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find that out, no matter what it takes. True. Like proper gambling, like poker and stuff in Japan, that is illegal. They don't have like traditional casinos. And Shad, what is up, dude? Listening to Arcadia read these screens is almost like tucking me into bed. I've heard I can put people to sleep with my voice, Shan. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, dude. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room too. And the others might have come up with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. So we got a few things to do. And there are places that won't allow you to use Twitch points for gambling. People who live in those places aren't able to see the option. What kind of gambling do you do with Twitch points? I guess I'm not sure what else you do with that system. Or do you mean gambling like Twitch, like channel points, you mean? Like, I don't know. I guess you could kind of do gambling, I suppose. Oh, for like predictions and stuff. But like, is it gambling if you're not actually winning anything? If it's just like for fun? Although then I guess technically the streamer could give like a reward, which would turn it into gambling, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so we want to check the crime scene and also chat with anybody else we see. So I should probably check a few of these other rooms just to see if there's somebody hanging out. We can ask them questions. I always forget that I can check the map and it tells me where people are. I should do that first. True, I guess you win channel points, but it still has no monetary value, you know? Okay, who's on this floor? Anybody? There's nobody here. Okay, let's go this way. Here's the locker rooms. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Frost. Like, if it literally has no value, how could you consider it gambling? This guy.
Ding, ding, ding. Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if...
Another stat increase for me.
Evidence. What did you find?
I cannot reveal that just yet.
That's it.
But I
I'm sure of
guarantee
it.
that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs.
Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah. Miss Ludenberg said she witnessed something worthwhile too.
Wait, who's Ludenberg? Really? What did she see?
Well,
She
it
refused
would
to tell me.
seem-
It's like when girl bullies the boy she likes, right? Right?
Okay, so where is Celeste now?
The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there.
What's it gonna be? Okay, so we definitely need to check with Celeste before we end this. Yeah, apparently found crucial evidence, right, Sakobo? Yeah, that's weird, Simone. You know, there's probably some weird loophole they have to worry about. Sometimes, because of how every country handles things differently, they do have to block certain functions in different countries. Okay, so let's check out the girls' room first, because that was the actual crime scene. But we also have to check out the boys' room. I think I've actually already looked at all the real evidence, but we might have to look at this stuff again. It's the blood-stained poster. The blood is the most noteworthy part, but the big-breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable too. A girl's locker room doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find something like this. There's a blood stain on the carpet. It could only have been caused by Chihiro's murder. Total stereotype, right, Katamari? And that's like the most stereotypical voice I could possibly think of doing. There's a big blood stain on the dumbbell on the floor. The Monokuma file said the fatal injury was caused by a blow to the head. Okay, so that's pretty much everything we saw before. Let's see what Kyoko's found. Hopefully she doesn't die real soon, because she's one of my favorites. Hey Kyoko, have you made any progress on your investigation?
Indeed.
Generally speaking.
However,
But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something besides the investigation? What could be more important right now? What is it?
well,
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But
so then,
before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time, thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. With that, Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. I guess we'll take a look at the body then. You know, it's really weird. Like, I understand why they do it in this game, because our character can't be the only one figuring things out, right? Other characters have to do their own investigations so they can corroborate what we say in the trial and come up with their own clues. However, you know, they also don't help us out. They will often maybe give us a vague hint, but you would think like if we're all working together, you would point things out to make sure we don't miss anything. But then that takes away from the gameplay. It's kind of an interesting conundrum, isn't it? And Zakobo, to be fair, the characters are the DR characters that most often fit into stereotypes. I bet the characters got more fleshed out in the sequels, right? That dumbbell has like 100 pounds on it, that would definitely cave somebody's head in. You know, that's one thing that scares the hell out of me when I'm on my weight. Like, I have a little bench that I work out on, and I have 2 big free weights when I'm doing like bench presses with like heavy weights. And one of my dogs come in, I'm always very careful when I put it down, because I'm scared to death one of my small dogs would be like right under me, just sleeping right next to me. I'm like, don't kill the dogs, John, don't kill the dogs. And you have to go, Samoan, but next time you will let me know what you think about. Oh, I can't wait, Samoan. All right, we'll catch you later. Take care. And everybody hates the idea. I know, right, Ripatone? That's so weird. And they don't want to say everything, and the killer can push the blame on someone else if they had time to plan for it. True, Frost. Yeah, there is some kind of psychological stuff you can do with that. Okay, we'll take another look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing. That's definitely worth worrying about. Hey, got another truth bullet. And a little bit of artificial difficulty increasing, withholding evidence, yeah. And these characters being the most normal of the series, they get even crazier after this. Oh my gosh. Okay, Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. I know that she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. You should try to drop the weights on the dogs. I mean, I don't drop my weights, but when you're done working out, you definitely put them down pretty quickly, so I just have to be careful. Well, better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up with some kind of crucifix position. Huh. This rope has a plug, so it's a cord. So wait, then this isn't rope at all. But the more I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was a blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right. There's the issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first, I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But after seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack file, something's not quite right. What does this all mean? So Genocide Jack, it looks like from the pictures, usually stabs the victim, doesn't smash their head in. I don't know if that's what he noticed. Well, the one thing that most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Chihiro. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus, it might help to look at the Genocide Jack case file one more time. Random guess. Byakuya was a little bit worried about us looking at those lamps. What do lamps have? Cords. Just putting that out there into the universe. See if it turns into anything. You're not ready for how crazy the characters get in the future games. You can't handle the truth. And you're saying most characters in these games at worst fall into the meh category, and there's only 1 or 2 exceptions. Oh, that's cool. I mean, I like that they have very interesting characters. Oh no, Frost isn't buffering. Looking at my information on uploading, it looks like I'm good. How about you guys, everybody else? I have had a lot of connection problems recently, but usually I can tell by my stream very quickly if it's me or not. Right now, it doesn't look like it's me. So it might be like a Wi-Fi thing or something, Frost, or just Twitch acting weird. Okay, let's make sure we talk to everybody else too. Is it good now? Okay, good. Excellent. Thank you, guys. All right. Chihiro's present here was especially weak. Her body and her soul.
No forgiveness!
She scares the hell out of me when she's angry. To target such a helpless being, it's unforgivable. What a wretched beast to do such a thing. I cannot forgive this. And you? Dude had a real complex about being weak. Oh, we already asked her about this. Or him about this. Oh, and then Chihiro's complex, where did it come from? And I was trying to think about that. And I actually thought it was Byakuya that made fun of her for being so weak, which made her want to come here. I don't know. I think a lot of stuff is actually pointing towards Byakuya. Helpless being. That works too. I like that term, being. And you hope your legs are that big someday? Shan, that would be intense. Imagine how much you could leg press with that. And I'm trying to earn your love. I'm down 105 pounds. That's fantastic, Shan. Good job, dude. Yeah, when I was in high school, I dropped like 80 pounds, right about 80 pounds. And then I've pretty much stayed to that weight ever since. I'm up maybe 10 pounds as I've gotten older, but I've also put on muscle and stuff too. So I'm right about where I like to be. Yeah, no forgiveness. Make sure there's nothing else here we missed. I think we've looked at... Oh, we can look at bloodlust again, I guess. The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood, just like in all those other Genocide Jack cases. At every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. Okay, that's all normal. Well, normal. Dude, that is fantastic, Shan. How far are you from your goal? That is amazing. Keep it up, dude. Let's check. I can't look anymore on that side. Okay, I guess we'll check the boys' locker room now. Just until you're done, I guess, huh? That's awesome. Yeah, I guess when I started, I didn't really have a goal. It was just until I was happy, you know? Oh, that's great, Shan. And I mean, honestly, there's no ideal weight. It's just whatever you're comfortable with, you know? Of course, you can look online like, what's the ideal weight for my height or something like that. But that doesn't mean a whole lot. Because some people are built very thin. Some people are built a little bit more stocky. And you can still be thin for your body type, you know? But you might be a little thicker than others. And that's totally fine. Huh. This poster. It's a popular boy band named Tornado. Somehow it doesn't quite fit in the boys' locker room. That's weird. Somebody swapped the posters? Oh, but wait. That reminds me. The poster in the other locker room is... That's right. There's definitely something strange about this. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? I guess just to confuse somebody about which room they were in? I don't know. Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little more about the locker rooms. Who would know more about the locker rooms? Hina? Maybe Hina's like the swimmer. She's here all the time. What's here? There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Somebody, like, messed themselves while lifting weights and had to clean it up. We have no idea what that is. Yeah, there's some swapping going on for sure. And Shan, you're also doing strength training. Your chest and shoulder presses have doubled over the last 3 weeks. It's amazing. Honestly, strength training is, for like weight loss, also really important because you will actually gain a little bit of weight as you put on muscle, but putting on muscle helps you lose weight in the long game because all of a sudden with more muscle, you can, it takes, you just burn more calories naturally, which is really nice. Yeah, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, all tampered. Oh, we haven't checked here yet either. Right, Katamari? It's like they don't even want to tackle that at all. They're just ignoring that. We can zoom around this place a little bit. Just to see if there's anything fishy going on. Maybe there's some kind of clue in the lockers. Guess not. Okay. Did you even open it? Did you even try? It's so interesting how you can just kind of zoom around. It's always been mostly empty, so I don't know why you need to, but... Shit, you would not get harpooned. Especially at, what were you at now? Like 218, you had said? That's not too bad at all. You're doing great, dude. Okay, so we'll talk to him one more time, but then we have to go find Celeste. Oh, is he going to say the same thing we said before?
I feel as if.
Yeah, this is all the same thing as before. Basically just says we need to go find Celeste. All right, I think we're done here. I'm sure there still must be more left waiting for me to discover. Thank you, game. Like, I love it that they do that. Shen, I am not available. I'm very happily married, but you didn't have to lose weight to get that information. I don't know. I'm not one of those streamers that will try to like lead people on and be like, oh, I'm single. I guess it happens. I don't know. I've never dealt with that, but I also wouldn't treat Twitch like a dating site, I guess. Better places for that. Better places for that. I know you were, Shen. We check the monitor? This is one of the monitors Monokuma appears on. Right now it's just showing the school crest. If I break it, Monokuma will come out and punish me. Maybe I missed something else in this room right here. Wait, I didn't want to go here. The other one. Let's go back. Very, very fortunate. You know what's crazy is like when I started playing Elden Ring, just as an aside, I was like, this is going to be really hard for me to get time to play because when I stream, I'm not playing it, hanging out with playing other games with you guys. And when I'm not streaming, I'm usually spending time with my wife. So I only really get like solo game time very infrequently. You know, usually my wife's busy with a project or she's in the shower or something. I might play a game for a little bit, but it's not that often. But amazingly, she actually got really into the game. And now she's put like 70 hours into the game too. Okay, let's check these things. Oh, true, Sheely. For some reason, I thought I had to go find Hina for that. But no, I already talked to Sakura, but I didn't talk to her after making that revelation. Right? I think that's the term. You spend a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together, so I wasn't too far off thinking of Hina. Okay then, let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker rooms could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't really say. I never paid any attention to the posters. I see.
However...
But there is something that's bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. We have protein coffee? In the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. Anyway, the other day, I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room and I left a stain. In the girls' locker room. See, now I'm trying to think like, okay, was the left one the girls and the right one the boys in the past? I don't remember. But no, if she spilled coffee, good. I'm glad it wasn't feces. In the girls' locker room, things switched. A stain. But I don't see any stain on the carpet now.
Of course.
Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean, as if there was never a stain here to begin with? So two things. Either the rooms have been totally switched and they're jumping around between them, or, like if you just swap the doors, for example, that would lead to these revelations. Or maybe they switched the poster and the carpet? I don't know. Something weird's going on. Something's weird. And what if the girls' locker room was full of the weight equipment because they're all super buff? Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, who am I to say, tell people how to find love, whether it's on Twitch or not? But I just think that's not the best place to hit on somebody personally, because there's not really a two-way relationship at all there, you know? And now, if you start chatting with them outside of Twitch, you know, and you actually form a relationship that way, that's something else. That's something totally different. But if it's like just on stream, that's definitely a much more one-way relationship. All right, so we might have all of our information now. I want to try to leave again. Yeah, what if they just swapped the name on the door? Although, didn't we find out that the doors were like not locked anymore, Katamari? Which kind of makes me think that maybe they like were unhinged because somebody actually did swap the doors. But if she went to the same locker room every day, she wouldn't randomly go in the other door, right? Like, you'd know right away. Like, if I used the men's room at work every day for a while, and then the doors suddenly switched with the girls' room, I would know I'm not going in the same room if you swapped that. Like, that seems kind of silly. And color coordinated. Oh, thank you so much, Shan. I appreciate that. However, and this just sucks because of, you know, people, right? But it's much easier being a guy. Did I say Sean? Shan, sorry. It's much easier being a guy on Twitch than being a girl, because people are trash. Like, I go on other girls' streams, and when I just see people just saying terrible crap or flirting with them when they are not receptive to it and stuff like that, it's like, I'm so lucky not having to deal with that. It really sucks. I wish people weren't like that. Oops, I meant to hit yes. There we go. Okay, now we can leave. I think we're actually done there. So we still need to talk to Celeste and find out what she knows. Let's see if she's on this floor. Yeah, I know, right, young daddy? What if they just move the doors and she's just like, oh, I guess this is my door now. Didn't even notice. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anybody else on this floor, which is weird because there are people in the locker room. Why isn't it showing me there? It's kind of strange. And Sheila, you mod for a girl streamer, and you've the things you've banned people for. It's so different, isn't it? It's just so different. And like, a lot of guys will say, and I'm talking about like very insecure guys that just don't know any better. They'll say like, oh, all these girls are stealing my views on Twitch. No, they're not. Like, if they are there to see this girl for, you know, reasons like looks or their flirty personality or something, they weren't interested in your stream at all. If they are actually stealing your viewers, it's because of their gameplay and like reasons that you're not doing better on Twitch, you know? Like, it's not your audience. They're not really stealing your viewers, essentially. It's always such a silly argument. I don't get it. Now, maybe a really attractive person, guy or girl, maybe more often girls, might get more people in their stream just from the thumbnail and stuff like that, you know? But they're also getting a lot of terrible interactions from that as well. It's very much a double-edged sword. But you can say very clearly that they're not stealing your viewers. Trust me. Exactly, Frost. Exactly. They're just looking for excuses, right? It's sad. Okay, let's see where people are on this floor. Okay, there's Taka. There's our clairvoyant. I don't see anyone else. I think we need to go to the dorms. That's probably where Celeste is hiding. Oh no, Shan, you got auto-modded. Don't worry about it. Well, I think a lot of it is that, you know, and what's crazy is like, you know, like the really attractive girls on Twitch are not even like filling up the top 10 streamers on Twitch. It's mostly guys in like the very, very upper echelon top 10. Not that there's no women at all in the top 10 on Twitch, but it's mostly guys. But they just assume that because they're an attractive girl, they just get all the viewers. And that's not it at all. They also have to put in a lot of work. They have to do a lot of stuff outside of Twitch, which if these guys, you know, that are struggling with their channel would do, they would do better as well. I could do the same thing. I just don't have time. I wish I did have time to do more stuff outside of Twitch. I just don't. Okay, let's see. Where are you, Celeste? Looks like she's in the warehouse. Okay. Oh, I think he told us that. I think he told us she would be there. Let's see. The crazy thing is guys say things about girls stealing viewers and getting lots of money easily on Twitch, but there's data out there about, yeah, exactly what I was saying. We would tell them, yeah, it's like not even the reality. They're just so insecure. They just kind of find somebody to blame for their lack of success, essentially. Right, Frost? Where are all my free viewers? Hey, there you go, Shan. There you are, Celeste. Tell us, what have you discovered? Celeste, what are you doing here?
This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towel, there's an endless supply to choose from.
I see that, but have you found anything related to the case?
Most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless.
Then you did find something.
Very well, I will tell you and only you.
Actually,
Last night, I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse.
Maybe getting that coffee protein, right? What? Really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
What are you doing out this late?
Oh, thank goodness. Voice acting. my voice gets a break. And Zakobo. The moral is, having mounds of flesh on your chest doesn't mean you will just have large amount of viewers, despite the accepted norm. Exactly. Exactly. And there's a lot of people who open their chatting history with nice booba, and then the appeal they ban saying, what the hell is a compliment? And that's so silly, you know? Like, and some people come in here and they just say something off kilter right off the bat. And if it's real bad, I'll just, you know, nip it in the butt right there and say something. Oftentimes I just brush it off and let them hang out. And if they don't improve, then I kind of explain, hey, we don't do that around here. You got to be cool if you want to hang out in this community, which you guys are amazing. This place is always so fun and welcoming and chill to hang out in. But yeah, that's the thing is some of these streamers, when they have this kind of nasty group following them, they don't police it because that can kind of be their audience. You know, there's a lot of streams I go into and it's like so toxic. And like, how is nobody banning all these people? Because that's actually what they're cultivating. And to each their own. But man, I don't know. I'd have a hard time sleeping at night after dealing with all that all day. That's crazy. Shan, if it doesn't work out, wink, wink. And something tells me those people came onto Twitch for something other than the streamer's content. 100%. 100%. But at the same time, like, you know, if there's people streaming and they're not playing games, they're not doing anything really beyond showing off their assets. Hey, more power to them. Like, that's not me. That's not my thing. That's not what I watch. That's not what I want to do. But at the same time, like, there's a market and they're filling it, you know? They're making their money. Good for them. I don't know. Like, are there different websites I think they should probably do that on? Probably. Would they make as much money? Probably not. You know, like Twitch is a real big site compared to some others where, you know, you can do that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I can't hate them for it. Like, it's not none of my business. You do you. You're not affecting me. So I don't know. Good for them. It's not my thing. Yes, like the hot tub craze. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, if I ever did anything like that, it would be just totally in jest and to make fun of it, right? And what's hilarious is a lot of them are like, I don't care about the audience. I just want to fund my horse farming gas station. Gargareth, right? I mean, that's what it is. It's for them, it's a job. And that's the big difference, I guess, with how I see streaming. Because I have a job. This is not my job. I don't do this for the money. I don't even hardly really look at that beyond. I keep a spreadsheet of all the money I make on stream and make sure that goes into things to help the stream, whether it's hardware or different artwork assets or the games that we play, things like that. I just keep track of that. But beyond that, I'm not trying to do this to make money. But if I had to do it for a job, Hell yeah, I'd be hustling. I'd be doing all kinds of stuff I would never dream of doing because that's your livelihood. You're providing for yourself, your family. It changes things completely. And the best hot tub channel was the Otters and Pool Cam. That's cute. That's so cool. Okay, let's see what Celeste has. What are you doing out this late?
I was just...
That's right, I don't have to voice this.
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps? What? How did you know? Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying. Oh, you're right. Thanks.
Blue track jacket.
Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone. Oh, Sheely, it just hurts even more, doesn't it? Shan, what are you doing out this late? Go to bed.
Yes, indeed.
I assume she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room.
That does kind of check out, because I remember she was very nervous about going to the locker room when there was other people there. But if she goes at nighttime, she's got it all to herself, right?
If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would have ever happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose.
So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying, which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. We should check the trash room. Okay, is there anything else? There's a lot of things to look at here. We should probably check some of this stuff. Oh, Celeste is so brutal. Celeste and Byakuya. Yeah, and the girls' locker room is now the boys' locker room. Oh, it's getting to be a mess, isn't it? Is this the fridge Sayaka mentioned? I don't see anything noteworthy here. There's all different kinds of food stacked up. I don't see anything noteworthy. Just making sure there's no clues. There's all kinds of stuff piled up everywhere. Nothing there. Towels, jackets. Looks like they put together a good collection of school equipment. I wonder if that's where she got her jacket. Same thing there. Frost, what if they mirrored the whole school? What if we're in the upside down castle from Castlevania? Okay, so... trash room. Let's see if they try to dispose of any trash. I guess the question is it still Hifumi that is the only person with access to this? I wonder, Gargareth. I wouldn't put it past them because they already did a crossover with, what is that other game? There's like another detective game kind of like that. This is the trash room. The dump, in other words. But with a gate in the way, I can't actually get inside. Anyway, it's not related to the case. There's nobody left who could do what Leon did. Well, that's true. They couldn't have burned it. But, I mean, the duffel bag. Man, the duffel bag. Doesn't mean somebody couldn't have, or Hifumi couldn't have burned it. Still can't open that. Leighton, that's what it was. Leighton, thank you. Huh. I mean, I guess we just need to talk to more people, right? The other mission we had was, like, talk to everybody and make sure you find out what they know. So that's where she was. We can also talk to... She's always in the dining hall. Let's go talk to her in that dining hall. I mean, I would be too. I love food. Speaking of food, man, I've had so much candy recently. I feel so bad. My mother-in-law gave my wife and I a ton of like Easter candy stuff, and I just have no self-control, and I can't get myself to throw it away. Oh, Hina, how's Toko doing?
Same as before. She won't come out, and she keeps on mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there.
Yeah, so her, right? That's how I feel, Weevatome. At least if it's candy you like. If it's candy I'm not a fan of, I might have a little bit just because of the thought, but I'll get rid of the rest of it. But this is all really good stuff. You left her?
My head was all swimmy and I got pretty hungry.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't worry. I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which,
what are you eating?
Huh?
Nice. I love it. I quote that all the time, Zakobo. Yeah, I agree. F Toko. A donut, of course. Really? Miss, like, fitness swimmer, you having some donuts? Of course.
there's two things I'm sure God created: outer space and donuts.
Really?
I bet Chihiro would like to eat more donuts. Maybe that was one of her big regrets.
Aw.
I should have tried to spend more time with her.
Come to think of it, who did spend time with? Or who did she spend time with?
Well,
Yeah, she was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar.
She said that even though you invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's true. And it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls.
Was she just shy?
I don't know. She talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex, but be totally fine with the opposite sex?
I don't know. I have some female friends like that, where they much prefer hanging around guys than other girls. You know, they do have female friends, but they just kind of, I don't know, are more comfortable around like a group of guys.
Oh wait, maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right?
Agreed, Sheely. Donuts are amazing. You think so? I never really saw her as that kind of girl. I also didn't see Sayaka as manipulating me, but that absolutely happened. Alright, we got another truth bullet. Yeah, Sakura spending 8 hours a day eating. She'd have to. You know, that's so many calories to handle that body type and keep her in shape. And Gargareth, fun fact, if your muscle mass is high enough, you need to eat significantly more than the average person. That includes fats and carbs. That's another thing why I say, like, strength training, weight training is important even if you want to lose weight. Because if you build muscle and you keep it on, you actually get to eat more. and you still don't, like, put on fat, you know? It's kind of nice. And the big muscle men eat 10,000 calories a day. Okay, I never want to be that big, but you know what I mean. And you're the same way, actually. You're way more shy around the opposite sex. Well, I guess that's the opposite, right? Sakura, Michael, she's saying that she might be more open around the opposite sex. Okay, guys, it's probably a good time for me to go grab a coffee real quick, especially this game just wrecks my throat. I need something hot to drink. But before we do that, I got a little surprise. Where's my mouse? I don't see it. There we go. That's not the right screen, John. There we go. All right. We're going to do a little Steam game giveaway before I take my break. I meant to do this in the last stream, and I just got so into the game, I totally forgot. This game's so addicting, it's easy to do that. Yeah, especially when, you know, there's hardly a break in the story. So let me go ahead and get this thing launched. And if you ever joined us for our giveaways before, it's super easy. You only need to have 5 tokens to join in the giveaway, and you guys all should have 5 tokens. Even if you're brand new to the channel, if you've been here for an hour, you have more than 5 tokens. So it's a piece of cake. And I will not tell you what the game is. It is a complete surprise, different every time. All right, and it is golden. So join, where is it on the screen? That's weird. Usually it pops up on the screen right there. I'm not seeing it. I wonder if something happened to my overlay thing. Hold on, give me 1 sec. So to join in the giveaway, all that you have to do is type !ticket in the chat, and that's pretty much all you have to do. It is not for Cosmic Tank. Let's see, where is it? It's not that one. I think it's this one, but for some reason, yeah, it's not. Oh, there it is. That was weird. I hit it and I brought it back and then it appeared. There it is right there. So yeah, everybody can join this giveaway. Just type !ticket in the chat And that's all you got to do. Everybody has an equal chance to win. And good luck, everybody. I'll give you guys another minute or two to join. That way, anybody that's kind of lurking in the background has a chance to see this and join, of course. And Gargareth, in college, you spent most of your time in the female hockey and female field hockey teams. Dudes aren't as fun as the crazy lady athletes. I believe that. I believe that for sure. I don't know. I always got really along well with guys and girls. You know, for me, it didn't make a difference. Especially when I was living by myself and I had friends over all the time. It was always a mixed group, you know. Sometimes I just have a couple female friends over, sometimes a couple guys friends. Usually it was all mixed up. All good times. All good times. And Shilly, you used to hang out with a lot more girls when you had your last girlfriend, but after we broke up, it was awkward hanging out with her friends. That's true, Shilly. Yeah, a lot of times when you have a relationship and you meet all their friends, once things break up, you often kind of go back to your old friends, you know. You might keep some contact with her friends and vice versa, but only if you had like a really good connection with them. Oftentimes, you know, people sort of pick sides or you just kind of go back to normal. Everything's hopefully okay there. But it also depends if it was a nasty breakup or not. I think the breakup makes a big difference. If it was a very amicable breakup where you can still see your ex and it's not a big deal, then you probably still do hang out with their friends. But if it's a messy breakup, yeah, they probably like, let's not talk to that guy anymore, sort of thing. Alrighty, so we got Shan, I have no choice. I realize this. Well, Shan, part of the problem is I'm into the opposite sex, so that could have one issue with it. Now, we currently have Katamari, Phantasma, Sheely, Weebatome, and Gargareth joined. So anybody else who wants to join, go ahead and type !ticket. I'll give you guys another 20 seconds. And then we are golden. And then I'm going to go take a little break and get some coffee. But while I'm on break, I start a little mini game where you guys can all murder each other for more tokens. And just another reminder, because I always forget, but you can use tokens for so many things, not only giveaways, but you can play sound effects during the stream. You can use the tokens to customize your little avatars you see at the bottom of the screen. And if you save up a whole bunch of them, you can actually request the next game we play. That's why we're playing this game right now. Alrighty. Going once, going twice. The giveaway is closed. Drum roll, please. Who has won this new game? It is... Bam, Sheely with a 20% chance to win. Congratulations, Sheely. Let's see what you won. Nice. Congratulations, Sheely. That is awesome. And with that game being co-op, I have to try that out with Andy sometime. It looks so cute. Such a neat looking game. So congrats again. Okay, I'm going to get the little mini game started up so you guys can spend some time murdering each other. And I'll go say hi to my wife, tell her good night because she'll be going to bed pretty soon, and get my coffee. So let me just get that game launched and we will be good to go. I also already sent you the key. You should have a direct message in Twitch, actually, Sheely, with the code. Okay, let me open up my... There it is. Stream Animals. There it is. Oh, that's perfect, Sheely. That's awesome. So cool to get one in your wish list knocked out, right? That was perfect. And Phantasma getting dangerously close to 4,000 tokens, which is what you currently need to request a game. I can hear the game playing. I just can't see it. There it is. Okay, let me swap back here. There it is. Perfect. Okay, we're going to do battle mode so you guys can actually attack each other. Okay, so to join in this game is very simple, and you actually can let it play by itself as well. Just type !join like that, or you can even type in the name of one of the animals. I'm going to go with a hippo, because hippopotamuses are actually very, very dangerous. And you know me. So yeah, just do that, and the characters will actually play themselves if you go in the chat and type !auto, which I need to do because I'm going to go get some coffee. However, if you want to play, it's like a turn-based thing, turn by turn, just look right above me right here, and it's going to tell you what to do every round. Whether you can move your character, whether you can attack other players, all kinds of stuff like that. Okay, gotta feel my voice. I need coffee bad. I will be back in just a few minutes. I'll see you in a little bit. Good luck. Whoa. I came in just at the right time. Michael, you just blasted your way to victory. Nice job. Now, I think I might have missed one of those games. I saw you win the last one before this, where you killed me at the very end. You got both of them. Okay, I wasn't sure if we had 3 games or 2 games. Michael, nice job, dude, knocking out both of them. So where does that put you in the all-time leaderboard? Let's see here. Where are you? You're in 8th place with 4. Good job, dude. And the first game, oh wow, that was a really long game. Usually in that amount of time, we usually get at least 3 games. I've had times where everybody died in the first attack. I think I won that game. We actually have a clip somewhere in the channel where there was like 5 people around me and I wiped everybody else at once. The first round, it was really cheap. I felt bad. I shouldn't have counted that one. And it went down to only the ice blocks. Wow, that's awesome. It's kind of cool when it gets down to the, nitty gritty like that. And you were playing Monster Hunter the entire time and you still got extra tokens, Michael. Nice. Alrighty, guys, let us jump back into the main event. Let's see if this pops up right away. That's nice. Usually I have to do some finagling to get it jump between games, but that worked out pretty well. Got my cup. Dang it. I left my water out there. I need both. I don't know why I even took my water. Hold on. One more chance. You guys are going to do a battle royale. I'm going to go get my coffee. Or, not my coffee, my water. Okay, now I'm all prepared. Rookie mistake. So focused on the coffee, I forgot the water. It's actually raining really hard outside right now. It's kind of nice. We hardly ever get rain where I'm at. Ooh, it's down to Phantasma and Katamari. You two are like neck and neck. Never mind. Phantasma just picked up a health item. I think it's all over, Katamari. Unless you get one too. You never know. Ah, so good. Ooh, ooh, ooh. One more hit. I think it's one more hit for either one of you. Nice job, Phantasma. Congratulations. Extra token for you. Now let's jump into the main event. Katamari rigged. Rigged. Okay, where do we leave off? Well, we had just talked to her, and she had mentioned that she left Toko in her room while she was still being crazy so she could get something to eat. So she went and got some food. I wonder if there's anything going on over here. It's the little things, right, Phantasma? You're going to win more on Monday, too. Nothing going on in here. Yeah, you've had a hell of a time. Hell of a time. You need more winning. Much, much more winning. Okay, let's bounce out of here. Let's see here. So where is she? Well, no, she's still in her room. That's right. Toko should be right here. Here she is. The TV at Costco, I think they just took it down or something. You don't think anybody actually bought it, right, Phantasma? Okay, this is Toko's room. I should probably just leave her alone for now. Really? I thought we were going to check on her because, crazy and everything. Okay, well, we are still just, like, talking to everybody, so who else is around here? We talk to her. Talk to her. Is everybody else in their rooms? Like, they don't show up. Like, where's Kyoko? I have no idea. Let's see, I doubt there's any clues here. Yeah, we actually can't even knock on these doors. Interesting, okay. Well, it's somebody... It's weird. It seems to me like it's not actually showing me everybody on the map. There's only 2 characters there. Is that what the exclamation mark means? That there's somebody there? If we check the next floor... Now, because then they show up like people. We actually haven't talked to him yet. Okay, let's go there. Where is he? I thought he was supposed to be right there. Oh, is he in the restroom? Maybe? Let's check this out. Yeah, man. Those TVs were ridiculous, Phantasma. Absolutely ridiculous. There's nothing to look at here. I don't know where Taka is. It looked like on the map he was like right here. Yeah, that's where I am. Maybe he's elsewhere. It's just showing him up there for some reason. There he is. Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't actually put them on the map where they are. It's just somewhere in that room.
Unfortunate.
Maybe we should have confessed our embarrassing secrets after all. Damn it. I'm sorry, Chihiro. It's all because I wasn't strong enough. Now, actually, he did try to get everybody to confess from what I remember. Got something on my microphone, just a second. Yeah, how much were those TVs again? Like $20,000? That was insane. Oh, was that it?
How unfortunate.
Yeah, okay. Well... I guess we don't really have a strong motivation to do anything besides try to talk to everybody. But according to the maps, I don't think there's anybody else I can actually talk to. Let me double check that. Let's go to this floor. Who's here? There are exclamation marks. Is that what that means? That there's like a clue or something I need? There is some stuff in the libraries. I've talked to all of them. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I suppose I should probably check out the library, huh? Which is on the 2nd floor this way. That's right, and the $5,000 gift card, I forgot. It's so ridiculous. You know they're having a hard time selling it when they just cut $5,000 off the top. Yeah, 20 grand, Michael. You know what's crazy? Is I actually have that TV, but like one step down. It was a 77-inch LG OLED, but theirs was the 8K version, which was $20,000. The 4K version was like $3,000. Like, why is it almost like 1,000% increase in price? Something like 700% increase. Just because of 4K to 8K? It's ridiculous. Like, there's hardly any 8K content, so really, what's the point of all that? Okay, was this the library? No, it's one of the classrooms. Library is right here. Yeah, I'm imagining... Oh, yeah, we need to find the cord, right? It's going to be back here. There's a lamp that he didn't want us to look at. I forgot that I pointed that out earlier. I bet that was a really nice picture, for sure. But, like, you can't play games at 8K. You can't watch movies in 8K. The only thing you can really do at 8K resolution is maybe some, like, demo videos, and that's pretty much it. The desk lamp. Byakuya grabbed the one, that one thing from over here and put it over there. It sure is dark over there. Dark over where? Oh yeah, there was an extension cord in here. So maybe it's not the cord from the lamp, it's just the extension cord that's missing. So where is the extension cord? Well, Katamari. I mean, You're not wrong. Any video card is capable of gaming at 8K. But what do you consider gaming? Like a 5 frame per second slideshow maybe? Because you got to remember, 8K is 4 times the resolution of 4K. So a lot of the high-end video cards have a hard time playing a high-end game at 4K with everything maxed out. You got to divide that by 4, and that's going to be your performance at that resolution. It probably even worse, honestly. See, is that the extension cord right there? Let me check the lamp. Huh, the lamp won't turn on. Oh, I see. It's not plugged in. The lamp's cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. But the last time I saw it, it definitely was on. And it was definitely right here. So he was using that extension cord. Oh, that's right. Byakuya was using an extension cord. But there's no extension cord here. I wonder if... You know, it's funny. Even the PS5 has a label on the box that says 8K. Which means it can do 8K. You're not playing games at that resolution. Maybe it's more for like 8K video would be possible from it. Or maybe like a very simple looking game could play at 8K. All right, we got another... Oh, there's still more to check here, huh? Oh, the cord? No, I can't look at that. What am I missing here? We looked at this note before. I don't remember what's in this. That's right. Hope Peaks Academy stopped functioning as a school. And it closed down a year ago. Yeah, we've read all this before. Maybe we have to check the books? Check the lamp one more time. Okay, we do have to look at the lamp again. Byakuya was using an extension cord, but where did it go? Did Byakuya maybe take it and kill our friend? Nothing on the shelves, it looks like. It's so weird, though. It's like he was trying to help us out, and then he's the one that did it? That'd be really weird. I don't know. I don't truly believe it's him yet, but things are looking very shady. Okay, I bet we can leave now. No, there's still more here. What do you need me to look at? Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to go to this room. There we go. I was just trying to leave the entire library, but I think we have to look at the lamp here again. Wubatoon. You got like a 90% chance. That's not a bad guess. The desk lamp. Byakuya grabbed that one thing from over here and put it over there. It sure is dark over there. That's the same thing he said before. Oh, and then there's this extension cord box. The wooden box is empty. The extension cord wasn't there before. No, I don't need to look at that again. Do we have to look at some of these again? I forget which one of these it was. Okay, I want to take another look at Genocide Jack's case file. I know it was around here somewhere. Huh, it's gone. Did someone take it out of the archive? But the only one who would do something like that, I can't think of anyone but Byakuya. That's the clue I needed. See, that gets tricky in these games where you just need to click on the right thing to continue the story forward. But this game does a much better job than most because it'll warn you if you're like leaving the area. It tries to hone you in on one specific spot. Oh, what did they do to the tiles on the main screen, Phantasma? I'm not even sure what changed. Or do you just mean that's an improvement over the PS4? Is that what you mean? I do like the PS5 interface. It is very nice.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
That's great.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The class trial.
I don't know if I'm ready. I mean, we must be, otherwise it wouldn't let us do this, right?
You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
That is very true, Phantasma. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Actually, that's the first thing I noticed was I tried Demon Souls on the PS5 on the new television, and that game really popped in 4K. It looks so nice. Yeah, trial already. Oh my goodness. Oh my. We got a raid. Hold on. This one. Let me get them. Actually, Nate does not get commercials, so I could just start right now. Too little, to Nate. Welcome, Raiders, to John Cadia. How are you guys doing? How was your stream, Nate? Let me give you a shout out there. What were you working on, buddy? Oh, that Brooks. Okay, there's supposed to be a vowel there. Bramble, Brumble. What do you like to be called? Welcome. How you doing, dude? Thank you so much for the follow. There we go. And you were doing some Minecraft. What were you doing today in Minecraft? That is awesome. It's great to see you, dude. So glad you could join us. And you're doing some hardcore Minecraft. Wait, which is it? Is it chill or is it hardcore? I'm having a hard time envisioning a chill hardcore stream. You're blowing my mind here. You're blowing my mind. It was both. Nice. And interpret the name however you like. Well, what was your intention when creating it? How about that? That's what I would like to do. I always like people to correct me. I hate saying the name wrong forever. And then like a year later, they tell me, actually, it's pronounced this. And I'm like, oh, just kill me. I've been saying it wrong that long. I don't know why I want to say Bramble, because Bramble was like an area in this game we played called the Outer Wilds, and it was really cool. So you weren't dying, listening to lo-fi, and just avoided death. There you go. Oh, because it being hardcore, if you die once, you're out, right? So it was chill because you just avoided death. And you had some nice music to go with it. Nice, dude. Well, thank you so much for the raid, Nate. And if you guys haven't done so yet, please click on that link above. Give Nate a follow. He's one of our longtime mods. Such a great friend. Awesome dude. Plays some pretty cool games. And if you're into Minecraft, he's streaming that often. And Weasel! How's it going, Weasel? Good to see you, buddy. No, you're breathtaking. Yeah, all games are chill until you die. Not true. Not true. Elden Ring is never chill. It doesn't matter how strong I get. Pretty much any enemy can just wreck my at any moment. I'm like constantly stressed out. Every time I go someplace new, if I'm trying to rush through someplace old, I'm always in danger. It's just too stressful. It's fun though. It's a good kind of stress. Good kind of stress. And play Tower Shield. Life is good. I have heard with that big Tower Shield and like a pokey stick, you're practically invincible. That would help. That would help. All right. Well, it's time to begin this trial. Perfect time, Nate. We're about to start a trial and see how many times I can screw this up. All right, it's about to begin. The red door is right through here. I can save it first. Okay, good. I was worried I didn't get a chance to save it. System, save. I have not saved once this entire stream. What am I even doing with my life? Okay, we got it saved now. Perfect. Perfect. I guess it's time. You might be able to go around and do other stuff right now, but I don't know. I feel like I've talked to everybody. Unless something changed. Oh, everyone's in there. Oh, wait, that's where I'm going. Herp-a-derp. We're going to the right place. That's a great quote. What are you talking about, Michael? That was a fun game. I really enjoyed that one. Ahem. So, everyone is ready to what? Am I blind or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah. Toko's not here. Still in her room, right?
Huh?
And Toko is?
You really don't remember?
Come on.
Kidding, I'm just kidding. How could I forget that little nut job?
That's cute.
She's actually a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie, I'll go ahead and drag her out here kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please.
Imagine if Toko murdered Monokuma. And Bramble, are you a fan of this game? Have you seen these before? And just like that, he said a few minutes later, he appeared dragging Toko behind him. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, that's great. This is my first time. It's really cool so far.
I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you would drag a girl around. Terrible. You're terrible.
Oh, she's getting her stutter back. Does that mean she's going back to normal?
Phew. So now everyone's here, right? Okay then, hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road.
Oh, that's a bummer, Bramble. I've been lucky, honestly. I mean, everybody that's like familiar with the game, some new viewers we've had pop in and follow the channel, they've all been wonderful. So, knock on wood, so far I haven't had any kind of like those really hardcore fans that get angry when you do things a certain way, that kind of thing. They're just chilling, enjoying it. Let me enjoy it too.
I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed Chihiro. You did, Byakuya. Maybe not, but some things are pointing towards him. Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle, so calm and meek, nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. And that murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here. It's so dangerous killing someone in this game because then everybody's eyes are on you, you know? The game doesn't move until we've done a trial. Okay, so this is like your chance to kind of talk to everybody before you jump in there.
Hey, come on.
In Toko, man. What's got her so worked up?
How very sad.
Well, we gotta remember, Toko was talking to Bukaya about something like some kind of secret that she had, and I didn't know what she was talking about.
Miss Fujisaki, I must admit, for being 3D, she was quite remarkable. Of course, just the idea of 3D makes me cringe.
This guy. I don't know why the killer did what they did, but
Count on it.
I'm sure it'll work itself out. Justice always prevails, right, bro? No. It really doesn't. A lot of times justice does not prevail. So far, if you put a gun to my head, young, I would say Byakuya, for sure. But I'm not entirely sure on that, but they've given us some breadcrumbs to make us think it's him, for sure.
Shall we go?
Shall we begin?
Well then.
I will uncover the villain who performs such heinous acts on a weaker individual. You ready? Are we doing this? John doesn't believe in justice. No, there can be justice. I just mean often justice is not properly served. That's what she has to say about that. There is something odd about Toko's behavior. It's only a little bit weirder than before, to be honest. I do not think mere shock is enough to explain it. She, like, bashed her head open, right? I agree, yeah. Sakura's really cool like that. She's one of my favorites, which means she's gonna die soon.
I guess I wasn't much help on this one.
Yeah, you just, like, sat around and ate, like you always do. Thank you. I gave you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you. It's almost like he's challenging us, right? Oh, the guy with the corncob hair, Brumble? We have no choice, right? We have to do this.
It's true.
I gave a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. I mean, if I had to like guess, it's either Byakuya or Toko, because she's acting nuts and she's talking about the killer a lot, which who knows what she's doing. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions. I couldn't stop speculating. I hope I can remember all the mechanics. It was the mosquito on steroids. That's right, Ribato. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation, until finally, it came to a sudden stop. I love that giggle.
What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting?
Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with. Therapy Android, how are you doing? Good morning, welcome. I don't know if you've had it yet, but I am drinking my coffee right now. Perfect timing. How are you doing?
Very nice.
You're perfect timing too, Therapy. We're just about to start a trial. So we're going to figure out if I was able to piece enough clues together to figure out who did this murder we're just about to solve.
Good, good. You're rip-raring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay then, let's get this show on the road.
thrills, chills, kills!
Everyone, please find your assigned seat.
It is pretty snazzy, right, Young? And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. And Therapy, I wanted to ask you next time I saw you, did I see you playing some Black Mirror earlier? Was that the new one or the classic one? A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. A deadly class trial. That's the same thing we heard last time. I like that. Almost like a cool, what do you call it? Like a poem or something beforehand. Yes, let's do another save. Abso-freaking-lutely. Okay, we should look at all of our evidence that we have. The case file says the time of death was estimated around 2 a.m. The body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the second floor of the school. But was it the girls' locker room? Some stuff was swapped with the boys' locker room. I don't know. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. Okay, Sakura said, although Chihiro wanted to get stronger, she declined several invitations from Sakura and Aoi, and may have used the locker room late at night to avoid them. Despite this, Chihiro had stated that she desired to help her efforts. She may have been meeting someone in the locker room the night she was murdered. And the dumbbell. The dumbbell found on the floor of the girls' locker room had a significant amount of blood on it. And Mondo's a clap. You were doing the classic one? Tanya's playing and you're watching. Oh, that's so much fun. Nice. Is Tanya getting a kick out of how much of like, the main guy is like just full of himself, the way he talks to all of the servants and everything, you know, Samuel Gordon, just going around and just telling him what to do when he just got there. You know, he doesn't live there. It's so ridiculous. I love it. Chihiro had told anyone willing to listen that she wanted to get stronger. Some assumed that due to her inferiority complex about being weak, she admires strength more than anything. Oh, that's so cool, Therapy. I love that. And it's good to have an expert around to help when you get stuck. I know from experience. To unlock a locker room, you need to swipe your e-handbook over the card reader. You need a male student's handbook for the boys' locker room and a female student's for the girls. It is not possible for two people to enter at the same time. Additionally, lending someone your handbook is a violation of school regulations. The handbook for each student that has died is placed in the mailbox in the main hall. That means there was 3 handbooks just chilling there. Maybe one of them was using it, and I think one of them was broken too. Yeah. One of the broken handbooks found in the main hall had been broken, which is apparently a rare occurrence. Junko and Sakaya's Sayaka's handbooks both seem to still work, so it is assumed that the broken handbook is Leon's. However, Monokuma claims it's very unlikely that Leon's handbook would have been broken. You know, if it's hard for a baseball to break a handbook, I wonder what the possibility of a dumbbell, like a 100-pound dumbbell breaking a handbook would be, huh? And the right clicks, and the fact that you sometimes have to click on something 2 to 3 times to make it work. You know, and honestly, like back in the day when you would play a game for a long time, that was very common for those kind of games. But like we've kind of become accustomed to like, you look at something once and it mostly gives you everything you know. That was very tricky. And then the genocide Jack case file. His victims included Ken, Tetsuhiro, and Shoji, among countless others. They were killed in the same way and mounted to a nearby wall. The word bloodlust was found at the scene of each crime, written in blood. Profiling incidents, the killer is likely a student suffering from a split personality, which kind of points to, I would say, Toko, right? And then Hina's account. Chihiro seems to have conspicuously kept her distance from other girls at the school, even from the beginning. Meanwhile, it had been noticed that she got along remarkably well with her male classmates. And the boys' locker room carpet. The carpet in the boys' locker room was found with a blackish stain on it, which we found out was coffee. Whoops, what did I just do? There we go. Blood was found on the poster in the girls' locker room. The poster featured a big-breasted supermodel popular among young boys. Meanwhile, the poster in the boys' locker room was for a boy band popular with teenage girls, so it seems like the posters were swapped. Snatcher. Oh, I did have that same problem in Snatcher. That's true, Katamari. 100%. I don't think we're more than halfway done, but we might be getting, by the end of the stream, closer to the halfway point. The game is 6 chapters, and I think we're right at the end of chapter 2. And Monkey, what's going on? You just had chaos happen? Phasmo in VR. Oh, how did you like it, Monkey? It's intense. Horror games in VR are so much scarier. Chihiro's handbook was not found on her corpse and has apparently gone missing. It was chaos. Like Final Fantasy, you have to kill chaos. And it's all connected. Mosquitoes suck blood. It said bloodlust on the wall, so naturally the killer is someone lusty for blood. Bam, stereo mosquito killer. I love it, Weepatome. Nailed it. Status of the dead body. Chihiro's body had been suspended, and her hands had been found with some kind of rope, which is actually like a cord. Her fatal injury was a blow to the head. And the only person that was using the cord, we believe, was Byakuya. The disappearing stain. Sakura mentioned that she was responsible for a coffee stain on the girls' locker room floor. However, the stain had been inexplicably scrubbed away. In the library desk lamp, Byakuya was known to use the lamp often. However, the extension cord had gone missing at some point, and the lamp's cord couldn't quite reach the outlet. And you got to the last round, all info, but no sub-objective, and the ghost wouldn't do anything. Oh, that's so stressful, Monkey. Especially when the ghost won't give you any clues, and they go straight to murdering you, you know? Celeste's account. On the night of the murder, right before nighttime, Chihiro was spotted leaving the warehouse. It seems she was stuffing some blue exercise clothes into a duffel bag. Presumably, she was on her way to exercise, but the clothes were not found at the crime scene. Celeste had not told anyone other than Makoto about this encounter. Oh, and you were on no murder mode? Just chill? Is that like a mod or something? You turn it on where they don't murder you at all? Where's the fun in that? Okay, so that's all the truth bullets. I think that's pretty much it for right now. Oh, it just didn't hunt. Okay. The hunting's super fun. Set skills. Oh yeah, we could turn some of these on. I don't think we have very many. And you were doing it by yourself? Oh my gosh. You know what? It might have been... I don't know how this works. They shouldn't do that. I was going to say, if you play that game single player, they shouldn't give you any ghosts that require multiple people to like talk to it. I think that some of the ghosts are kind of like that. Maybe they just don't use that feature. Oh, you were just in the room by yourself. I gotcha. So we'll do Lost in Thought. I might as well just use all my abilities. Oh, I actually have more than 3, don't I? Can't afford that one. That one costs 4. Increases bullet capacity. Sure, let's do that. All right, I think we're done. Finish preparations. Good luck. All right.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results.
I forgot. These are all completely voiced, which is so nice because after, 4.5 hours of playing this game, voice gets a little rough.
If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
Which VR headset are you using, Monkey?
Okay, then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon.
Which is the barbell, allegedly. First, we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow. Okay, so if I see a contradiction or something, we need to shoot it, right? We can listen to the whole thing first, though, which is lovely.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Okay, so that one we should probably shoot. Oh, I missed.
That certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
How did I miss that? You gotta be pretty quick when you shoot. Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward through this.
It appears it was. According to the Monokuma file, what kind of blunt?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
There we go, got it.
No, that's wrong.
So when you say VI monkey, do you mean the Vive? Is that what that's
Can we
supposed to be?
agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
No, Valve Index. All right, there we go. Even better.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell. As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Yeah, it's called, investigation, right? These trials are crazy, Captain. So, during this session, we need to try to find any contradictions or problems in people's statements and call them out. And then it'll stop us at some points, and we have to, show evidence that kind of proves our point if we're trying to call something out. And then at the very end, it turns into a rhythm game. And I had a really hard time with that the first time.
Yay! That's so creepy!
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
Are they gonna try to pin it on us?
What? For real?
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Who are you pointing to? Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added to non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? So it seems like we got a new mechanic to play around with this time. It was John Skeeto. Ooh. Coffee complete. Okay. Yeah, let's absolutely listen to this. For this debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Your truth bullets will disappear if they hit these lines, so think of them as obstacles in your debate. But there's a way to keep this white noise from getting in your way. Press the A button to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the white noise. However, if you shoot an actual remark with your silencer instead of the white noise, the time limit will decrease. So take careful aim when you have your silencer out. Okay, so Y is to shoot normally. A is to shoot with the silencer to get rid of white noise, I think. But if your action difficulty is set to gentle, white noise won't appear at all. We're on normal, so we will get white noise. In which case, you can forget about the silencer and just focus on the situation in front of you. Well then, good luck and have fun. Okay, Genocide Jack. Trying to think of what we remember that might be interesting about that portion.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible.
Why? What makes it impossible?
Yeah, you
Well,
can
I mean, come on.
shoot those things with your
There's
silencer,
just
I
no
guess.
proof for it.
Hey, so speaking of Genocide Jack, I don't know who that is.
Thanks for your input. Super helpful. Okay, so I think the one we need to shoot is when she says there's no proof. We do have that case file to kind of prove that, yeah, it probably was Genocide Jack. Because nobody else could have done that.
Why?
And make it look
What
like
makes it
Genocide Jack.
impossible?
Because
Well,
there's
I mean,
clues that nobody
come on.
knew.
There's just no proof for it.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, I like the music in these trials. It's really cool.
Might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now.
That's kind of weird. Why are you trying to push that off? That's a valid question, you know? Byakuya also being extra shady here.
More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Shut up. I mean, killer.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Oh. Hifumi, like we just need a permanent bonk hammer right above him at all times, ready to come down on his head.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Maybe it's both.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
The other characteristic of every Genocide Jack case, which would have been, which the world at large wouldn't know, if I'm not mistaken, it has to do with the positioning of the body. Yeah, I believe it was this one right here. The way they like kind of strung them up like that, not everybody knew about that.
I got it! Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way.
Kind of like a crucifix.
Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it?
Maybe we have a high-level police official here, huh? You ever think about that?
There's only one logical answer I can think of.
Probably not.
It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
I mean, we're all students, right? Gargoyle, because they read it in the library like you did?
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Touche, Gargorath. Touche. Can't believe Chihiro was suspended from school. Oh, Zakobo, that's so bad. That's so bad. I love it.
Yes, in fact, it's Toko.
Now, I think, was it Byakuya said he already knew about it because, like, he has these kind of books too because of his family and, like, just the access to stuff they have, maybe? I forget.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
You lie!
What?
Okay, so I'm still on board. She is very crazy, kind of shows some split personality stuff.
Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has, like, bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Maybe Toko has it. Because of the split personality, the other personality doesn't have that problem.
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle? Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
Seriously, totally on blast. I gotta say, if she turns out to be the killer and we gotta get rid of her, I won't be too sad. She wasn't my favorite. She's never been my favorite. It's a riddle for sure, but I feel like I understand it. Yeah, I'm still feeling it could be Byakuya, though, for sure. Just trying to pin it on her. What it means for Genocide Jack to be Toko, but also not to be Toko. The answer is, she's not just one person, but multiple people, right? So that we have to look for something about the split personality. Hangman's Gambit. Which one was this? Oh god, this is the rhythm thing. Okay, I kind of forgot how this works. Oh, wait. I have to find certain letters. I'm looking for a P, right? P and a T. No, what is that supposed to be? What word is that? Skits. I need a C, like schizophrenia. That's right. And then a T. I actually forgot about this portion of the game. Schizo, there, that's what they wanted.
Now I understand.
Took way too long on that. You have to be quick.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
You can run out of time in this game for sure. Hey, Relentless, you made it. How you doing? You set your alarm so you'd wake up in time for stream, but that's clearly didn't work. That means you clearly needed more sleep, Relentless. I'm so glad that you got it. Oh my goodness, how are you doing? Good to see you. You got here just around the same time as Therapy Android. That's awesome.
Huh? I think I read that somewhere in the file too.
I mean, it does seem like she does have a split personality for sure, but just recently. I can't believe you accusing the esteemed Byakuya Togami.
I thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
perfectly acceptable.
I love that reaction.
Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
And Sheila, you think in a fan translation, you saw they had did as the answer to that one? Oh, really? Whoops. How'd that work out? And anyway, you hate the Hangsman Gambit because she's not schizo. Two different things. True. And we were actually talking earlier, Relentless, about how a lot of games don't really nail like mental issues very well. You know, they'll hint at things, try to talk about it, but they usually get it wrong. The one thing that shows Toko could have a split personality, it has to do with her behavior. I mean, her behavior changed, but it was when she fainted, she like bonked her head and then she started acting really weird, right? Is that what they want me to talk about? Are you talking about her fainting? Well, I can say it's close, but not quite. Fainting by itself isn't proof of a split personality. We just embarrassed ourselves. Okay, so they wanted this one right here. The behavior change. That seemed like it was too easy. I'm like, do you mean like when she bonked her head? Started acting differently?
I got it! You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
I know, I was like reading further into it, because like that's when she really started acting weird, I think, Webatome, was after she fainted.
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
That picture, oh my goodness. I'm fine, I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead? She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and a back, a top inning and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
What?
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
Good, I hope they repeat this, because I could have sworn that she kind of gave herself away here. Yeah, this line right here is what I was thinking of. I won't let Genocide Jack have control. I was thinking like from herself, like she was Genocide Jack, but was trying not to let that side of her out. I'll drive out the killer, drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
Another twist. I might be reaching here. She's like in love with Byakuya, right? And remember, Toko also says something along the lines of, I'll keep your secret, or I'll do that thing you asked me to, something like that. I forget the exact context. But she was like helping him out with something. And we asked him about it, and he would not tell us. He's like, I don't know what she's talking about. She's crazy. I have a feeling that maybe he did it, and he's pinning it on her, and she's doing some stuff to kind of like help him out. But now she's realizing it's going to get herself killed.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How?
Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story.
I think it would just be almost too... Like, he's giving it to us, right? He's like solving the case. I think it'd be too easy if it's Toko.
She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
Say something. Stop just making like sex noises.
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
Oh no, that's not good. That's not helping your case.
What?
You promised! I can't believe you lied!
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale.
Oh no.
Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
I'm sorry I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack ever have control again.
Who would ever
You
believe
said
you
if
would
I
lie?
kept my promise, you would go out with me.
Yeah, there it is. See? I was thinking like, oh, he's totally using her based on his affection for him. Thank you, Relentless. Thank you. We were actually just talking like, how do all these quotes just, you know, turn out so perfect? Because of our amazing mod team just capturing the perfect moments. Thank you.
That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that, but you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it,
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
She also seems very guilty though, right?
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
I'm curious what she has to say when she actually gets more time to talk.
The person you don't mean.
Oh, we're going to hear the other personality talk, huh? Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. Yeah, I mean, now we're just like talking about a mentally ill person, right? Which sucks, but it could be the killer, right? And Gargaroth, that would be amazing. Some of those are really fun to watch how some iconic characters are, recorded, because you just don't expect it out of certain people. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom, but in the next second...
Well, hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see?
What the hell is that? What happened to her eyes? Oh, that's terrifying. Her tongue is like a foot long.
What the heck?
I don't know. Maybe Hifumi likes it.
So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
Okay, so it seems pretty clear cut now, but there was some other weird clues about the other guy. I don't know.
What the fuck is this?
Split tonality disorder. I love it, Gargaroth.
Toko, what happened to you?
Monkey, do you have some spare time to play it, I guess? In that case, sure, why not? But if you have a lot going on right now and you don't need it right this second, you put it off. It'll be on a better sale later. I think it just depends on if you're going to play it right away.
Not Toko. That's a loser name. And what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
Not quite. She is like legit scary.
She's so intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
Notice she doesn't have her stutter anymore.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
God, those eyes. This is the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, that's true, Young. I mean, usually they're like too sick from doing that to do anything like that. Like, that's crazy.
What's up?
And now she's so nice and chill.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Good question.
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Then it's not true?
Damn, it really is a bear doing everything.
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid? And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
They said she killed like thousands of people? Or over 1,000 people?
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone. Just kidding again!
She reminds me of Sayaka, who also said just kidding all the time. When she said she was like a psychic, remember?
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed.
I like that. Genocide Jack Jill.
Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined.
That's a really good point, yeah.
So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry,
As much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit!
Huh?
Oh. So was it actually our other guy?
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
He was really just trying to set it up to look like that.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth!
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
And in Japanese, they do genocider, which is more gender neutral. That's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I could never believe a word you say, you monster!
Yeah, they're really trying to make it look like her hard. Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said. I need to get some more details about all of this. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm still betting on Byakuya. Status of the dead body.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone!
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking!
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need?
So the modus operandi was just what the murder looked like.
Give it up. You killed her.
Gosh, I don't know what to shoot there. Okay, I just have to focus on remembering Chihiro's body. That must have the answer. Well, I think it's going to be the modus operandi because it looked like, you know, she was hung up like all the other murders, but then there was the extension cord. Maybe that's the thing that we're going to key off of.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone! You say that, but perhaps...
So there's only two things to
When you
shoot.
compare your...
The modus operandi matches.
Let's try that.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, so the purple text is like a
Are
distraction.
the methods of murder really
don't wanna shoot
exactly
that.
the same? I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, it's essentially like a distraction that I have to press a different button on the controller to shoot away if it's in my way. It just kind of complicates it, make it a little bit trickier. True, there's also no scissors. Yeah.
I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
I assume no scissors just because, like, you know, they're limited on their tools here, but that is a good point.
Huh? How's it any different?
The scissors were actually used to kill the other victims, not just hang them on the wall, where this person got their head caved in.
Uh-oh, you don't know?
That's a good choice. Genocide is your third favorite, Bramble. That's awesome.
Well then, human garbage, let me tell you! I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything.
And I'm getting hungry.
But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee.
Ew.
This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
There's one clear difference between the murderers. In the photos of the other Genocide Jack cases, look at the neck and stomach. Here you see the difference. I would say it's the fatal injury because, you know, our case was head caved in. The other one's got stabbed.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different.
She has standards.
In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way.
Ooh, Gargareth, what kind of pizza? And Young Daddy, seriously, 1,000 people killed by middle school? That's ridiculous.
According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors.
Oh, yeah, I could go for that, Gargareth, for sure.
But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Thank you, Hifumi.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
I love how they keep this analogy going.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
That's right. The second difference is related to how she was suspended. In the photos of the other Genocide Jack cases, all the other victims were stabbed through their hands. Here, you'll see a clear difference. So she was, I guess it'd be what was used to suspend her. It was the cord, the electric cord.
I got it! Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her?
Relentless. I'm bloodthirsty, but not quite like that.
They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
Those scissors do look really cool. I mean, they look like right out of a horror movie or something, right?
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement.
Mm-hmm. How do you make all these scissors? You leave them there.
Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's 2 differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? We talking about McDonald's now?
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Makoto.
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Either she makes scissors, Bramble, or she purchased like a ton of them from someplace. And it should be kind of suspicious that this person keeps going to the craft store and buying like 20 scissors at a time. And these are the same scissors used in these murders. Just saying.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case.
They were all men.
There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
They were all men. That's why they were giving us all the names. At first, the names seemed totally meaningless, but they were all names of guys, I believe.
A pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Also, she calls out girl there. Let's see. There was a pattern surrounding the Genocide Jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it. If you look at the names of every victim, what you'll notice is... I think I figured it out. I know why she couldn't have killed Chihiro. Because she was her lover! Nailed it! Because she was a girl.
I got it! Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Right, Sakobo? It's just one of those things that, like, if certain people made smarter decisions, there'd be no game. Kind of like watching a horror movie or something. Like, if all the characters were very logical and did the smartest thing possible, there'd be no bad situations. So we just gotta kind of let it slide so we have fun.
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Ken Harada, 32, Tetsuhiro Honda, 17, Shoji Gaka, 23, Kano Issei, 14, Takeshi Yoshida, 30. Now, me personally, like, I wouldn't even know for sure all these were like male names, not being super familiar Japanese. Komatsuna Taro, Takafumi Gono, Uchida Naohia, Takeshi Masume, Yuto Yumajima. There was no end to it.
They were all guys?
There you go. Nailed it.
That's right! The people I kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
That reaction.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
She does a pretty good job, Relentless. Yeah, some of the screams and stuff have been really good too. I think it was Taka had a really good scream.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it.
Oh, that's true. Sokobo, I didn't think about that. He was kind of onto something, wasn't he?
It's a different matter entirely. When you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly? Cur?
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Did she even lift that thing?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
I don't know if it's my imagination, but I swear Hifumi is like being voiced by like 4 different people. It changes wildly every time he talks. It's just someone with a lot of range, I'm sure. But you know what I mean?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors!
I want some of those scissors. They look really cool.
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
Oh my gosh.
She's fully equipped!
That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime! Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong! You can't, can you, gutter dogs, all of you!
I feel like we have to kill both of them. Her just to be safe and Byakuya because he's guilty.
Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway!
I wasn't even thinking of that. So Kobo more like he's like such a cartoon character. Sometimes he's like, I'm gonna use this real deep voice, and then sometimes he's like this, and like it's just kind of all over the place. But he's just such a goof.
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
Technically, yes.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Byakuya was already looking at those papers in the library before. Actually, hold on. There is one person. She smelts the ores and makes her own scissors. I like that explanation. One person who could have copied Genocide Jack cases. Select some. I mean, it's obvious. It's totally Sakura. I mean, come on. No. Mondo, right? Hina? How about him? I mean, she could have done it. Self-suicide, right? Self-report? Yeah, it was Byakuya.
Here's my answer. Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Frost, I looked at that name and I was like, wait, which is his nickname? I forget. Because you always take like just like some chunk of one of their names and use it. Hero, thank you.
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Silence. Silence.
Then the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
Just like the first crime. It was all about trying to frame somebody else.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all. Oh, I'm on fire!
She's so turned on by this. And he's the one trying to kill her. Oh, it's great.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Sheila, you cleared your Steam library because the games you care about enough you have on storage and not the game files. And if anything like Minecraft mod packs, it'll fix your issues with Lego Star Wars. Oh, do you have like some storage issues that's like causing problems with the Lego game? And there's a character in the third game called Kori Kyo, and you always call him Kyo, so sometimes you forget what his full name is. It happens. It happens.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
And the locker rooms. They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, wouldn't you agree? Huh, suspicious. It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
Wasn't this before you even knew who died? Like, why would you just go directly there, right? I don't think you're helping your case. How has that not happened yet, Relentless?
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it?
He just seems so cocky, I love it.
Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
There was a clear contradiction in what Byakuya just said. I need to make it clear to everyone. Oh, a new element! Explain it to me, game. Next, we're going to add something called the truth flashback. These cases are going to get so complicated by the end of the game. If you aim at a weak spot and hold down the Y button, then you'll memorize that weak spot. What the hell's a weak spot? This memorized phrase can only be shot as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear from your truth cylinder. However, you can use this flashback feature as many times as you want. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize a different weak spot and use that to make your case. So a weak spot is the words you can shoot in your arguments, but instead of shooting it, I need to like absorb it, essentially. Is that right? Oh, and you have to go for a minute because you're re-downloading Lego Star Wars? You know, Steam is good about that. Their internet downloads are very fast, but it can completely flood your internet to the point where you have no more bandwidth. Actually, if you ever notice your internet's running really slow, check Steam. It might be downloading some updates in the background. When's the best time to flashback? Well, you'll just have to use your keen wits, won't you? In this case, though, I will say that if you don't use a flashback, you won't be refuting anything. Well then, good luck and have fun. Alright, let's see what I might need to absorb. Look at
So,
Toko
you
over
said
there.
Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it! That's
Only
a
you do.
natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
Well, I mean, she was in the locker room. So how would you know to check there first? You didn't even know who the victim was yet, right? And Cheem Crease, how is it going, Cheem? Welcome to the stream. I'm thinking it's Byakuya for sure right now. We just have to prove it. We just have to prove it. And Michael, you don't game on PC, but your internet definitely tanks whenever they download something. They do a lot better too, for sure. The PS4 and Xbox One, because the hard drives were so slow, the downloads were slow. But now that they have these fast hard drives, they can download games so much quicker, and it kills your internet. Okay, here in Byakuya's comment about Chihiro being a girl, I realize it's a clear contradiction there. Because it doesn't make sense how he could have known before we'd even found it. Exactly. Okay, I need to make that contradiction clear. So we need to absorb that.
You said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird...
How?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
So I think I need to shoot
You
this
absolutely take it.
into the
That's
next
a
one,
natural
right?
reaction for any guy.
That's the contradiction.
The victim was Chihiro.
No, that's wrong.
I think I did that correctly. You absorb part of this statement that contradicts
I'll
another
tell
part.
you what's so strange about that.
But like, I mean, to be honest, like I wouldn't know when I just need to do it by itself or when they're related. Sometimes they might seem related, but they're actually not. And Gargareth, you love it if there is an obvious accusation choice, but it's wrong and you still have to do all this to find out. But you could accuse the real murderer first and avoid the red herring. That's true. That's true.
Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What you got? What you got?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
I like that he is almost antagonizing us to blame him, like he wants to get killed. What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like he doesn't even care. I've got him cornered, but he's acting like it has nothing to do with him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
We also have the cord that he used to do it. He's the only one that was messing with that lamp.
There is. I think.
Sheely, hopefully you have unlimited internet on your phone. That needs to be a random option for this. At some point, you just press B as part of the minigame and punch him in the face.
There is more to it. Think about it.
Yeah, thanks for the help, Kyoko.
We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
The differences between this case and the other Genocide Jack murders. The evidence that proves Byakuya is responsible is hidden in there. What could it be? Okay, yep, the library desk lamp and the extension cord. I can't get over seeing her face.
Between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right. It absolutely was.
Not quite rope.
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
Oh, I think I hit it.
No, that's wrong.
There we go, nice. I almost hit that little distraction.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What? An extension cord?
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you?
I love that. We have a whole detailed illustration of you right here with that cord. It has to be you.
And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time
You guys are like best friends.
went missing after the murder.
Oh yeah, that'd be hard to use up. Unless you try to download like Call of Duty on your mobile device.
And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
Then Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
Nobody else uses extension cords.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this?
He's just so cocky. Like, we could have a Polaroid of him doing the murder, and he's like, that's all you have. A picture of me actually murdering her, huh? Is that all you have? Interesting. It doesn't matter what you got on him.
I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it.
Okay, another weird thing. He can't get in the girls' locker room, right? So did he make the girls' locker room look like the guys' locker room? Because we saw those things were switched around. And then swap her e-card reader with Leon's so she could accidentally get in the men's locker room? And he could do that? Maybe?
Is that about right?
He's doing it again. He's totally calm, totally unconcerned. As if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved.
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Yeah, this is a really interesting case.
Hell yes, that's what happened. And so that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
Thank you, Jill. That's all I needed to know.
We kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you?
Poor Sheely. The emotions. It really does feel like he's just delaying it, Michael, but I feel like if we just try to blame him right now, he'll use that evidence to make it seem like it couldn't be him, right?
I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
Wait. What was that just now? Something's not right. Chihiro's body was definitely found in the girls' locker room. But does that mean... Can I really just accept that what Byakuya said is the truth? No, I don't think so. There was definitely something off about what he said. So I'm going to say it's the scene of the crime.
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
Now, why would they go through all that work to tell us about, you know, the other e-card readers, right?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
Jeez, the shade. The shade, Byakuya.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later.
She was light, they said. Oh, that's what Sakura said.
Along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene?
He didn't like that.
That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Hey, Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? When the story suddenly moved to the crime scene, Byakuya, who'd been so confident up until now, maybe Byakuya never even realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else.
Hey, don't just move on without permission! What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Poor Taka.
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
You're antagonizing me. We're going to show it to you. Evidence that shows the murder took place somewhere else. There was something that was switched between the boys and girls locker rooms. There was a couple things. I think it was the carpet and the whatchamacallit, the posters. But I think the carpet might be the more important one because we know that carpet was moved to the other room, right? I'm going to try this one first. It could be the other one, though. They were both moved. I want to try this. No, first I have to prove the scenes were switched. Okay, so I think it's the posters first. Evidence that shows the murder took place somewhere else. So we'll go with the posters first.
I got it!
There we go. There we go.
The proof that she was killed somewhere else is... The poster that's hanging in each locker room.
And Frost, you love how in these trials, 3 people comprehend what is happening at all times and everyone else is lost. And I love how they're angry about it too, Frost. Like, I mean, sometimes I feel like that when I'm like just totally lost and I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're having the same frustrations I do.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was...
I know, and Kyoko could just like drop a knowledge bomb and solve this whole thing. She just wants to see if we can do it.
A picture of a big boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange?
Do you really have to call it out like that? A big boobed supermodel. Like, wouldn't you just say like a swimsuit model or something? I don't. This is just me.
Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Thanks, Jill. Thanks.
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado.
I mean, it's because the murder happened in the guys' locker room, blood splattered on the poster. He moved the poster to the girls' locker room, which... You didn't even clean off the poster, dude?
Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
Not in this world, Katamari. Or, I mean, maybe they do. We just haven't gotten there yet.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms. You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
Mm-hmm. The carpet.
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
Relentless. The boobs are the key to this. You can't leave that detail out.
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I
that.
spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
It was moved. So yeah, we have that clue. Right here. Wait, this one right here.
I got it!
There we go.
The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
Mm-hmm. The PRBs. Plot relevant boobs. I mean, honestly, I could see that being like an important thing in the, like one of the following cases. Who knows? Who knows?
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
It's actually pretty impressive because you have to move all the exercise equipment, the weight machines, all that to get underneath that carpet.
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think?
What?
In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the bloodstained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
To make it seem like he couldn't get in the girls' locker room.
Huh?
Why would they go to all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room.
Well, I already kind of said this earlier, but my theory is that he swapped her e-handbook with Leon's e-handbook. So she thought she was using hers, she actually had the other one.
She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
Her massive plot. Captain, what do they say in, you seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail? When they're talking about, like, giving away his daughter for, like, marriage or something? He always says, like, she has vast tracts of land. That's how they call it.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Poor hero. Everyone's like, dude, you're so dumb. You don't know anything. You can't help. Is he right? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow? I want to hear what he has to say. The Broken E Handbook. I gotta remember, I might have to like absorb something here
Could
too.
Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook.
That's not it.
She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
The mailbox.
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course. If she had that, she could get into the boys' locker room no problem.
Theoretically, if Chihiro was able to use Leon's handbook, she could get into the boys' locker room. But when we found Leon's handbook in the main hall, there's no doubt that that it was. In which case, can we really say that she used it?
Is it really possible?
I wonder if I have to absorb one for
into
that.
the boys' locker room somehow.
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook. She was the ultimate
I don't think it has anything to do with
programmer,
her
after all.
hacking.
I'm sure that would have. No, I don't.
I'm gonna try shooting the next one.
I'm talking about Leon's handbook.
No, that's wrong.
Okay, good. I love that like reaction the game gives you, so you know you got it right.
No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one.
Yes, exactly. When the music stops, you know you nailed it, right? I remember that. And I love that, Sokobo. Please hear me out. I want to do one smart thing in my life, and this could be my moment. And then it wasn't. Poor guy. He tried, yeah.
In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
He's even like giving away his like motive or his like process, possibly.
Yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
Thanks, Taka.
Psst! You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
He's the hero we deserve. I love that.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Is that it then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room, and Byakuya is the one who did it, really? But still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second.
Ah, there she is.
I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say?
She's like, hold on. John's got a case of the dum-dums. Let me come in here and fix this problem.
There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait, is that a thing? You could just like take a break and go do something else? Let's go for a swim. Come on, guys. Go. I like that. And the logic was reasonable. He just didn't know that Leon's was broken. True, Sheely. That is very true. And Hero looks like he has Wii Sports music playing in his head at all time. I love that. Speaking of which, did that new Wii, it's not Wii Sports, Switch Sports, Nintendo Sports, I forget what they're calling it, but the new, it's essentially Wii Sports, but on the Nintendo Switch. Is that already out, or is it coming out soon? I imagine that game is going to sell like hotcakes, especially if it actually works well with the Joy-Cons.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting?
He's like, ooh.
Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
Huh? For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
It better be good. It better be good. Welcome. Make sure I do the right button this time. Welcome, Raiders, to John Cadia. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How was your stream? Let's see. And Maltosier, am I saying that right? I'm very bad with pronunciation, so if I screwed it up, please correct me. Let's see. You were doing also some Danganronpa, but you were doing the Ultimate Summer Camp. I'm very, very new to the series. This is my first time playing this game. Which one is Ultimate Summer Camp? Is that the sequel directly to this, or is it a different one? But dude, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. We have Petroleum Taco, a great name. Wazaka, make sure I get that right. And Poro McMahon, welcome guys. DZ Teen, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. It's a fan filler service game. So is it not actually like a main series game? It's more of just like is it a user created game? Like not even from the official company? Is that what you mean by that? And that's the new game they released as part of the 10th anniversary collection. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's for the anniversary and a Switch port. It is official, but more like a love letter. Oh, that's fun. So it's more just like I think of like the last expansion of like Mass Effect or something, where like it doesn't really add more to the story. It's just like fun fan service, like just kind of make everybody happy. You know, something everyone's going to enjoy that's a fan of the series. That's really cool. And you have it, and it's fun for what it is. Oh, that's awesome. And it's weird thinking about this game being 10 years old. True. Where does time go? It's ridiculous. And it's the thing that if you don't play it after everything else, you'll be spoiled. Oh, true. Yeah, those kind of games you don't want to jump right into. You want to save that for the end, because I'm sure if it's fan servicey, there's like tons of references to other cases and like major events. So you don't want to get that spoiled. Or it just might not make much sense. That's possible as well. And that's where you showed up as well. Was that your first one? I'm really digging it, Petroleum Taco. I'm still kind of getting used to all of the different trial mechanics. I feel like every time I'm in a trial, they're adding more features. And I will say on my first trial, we're on the second one right now, that like rhythm minigame at the end confused the hell out of me. To the point, after I like screwed it up the second time trying to figure it out, I was trying to rush through the menus, and I actually clicked to not retry. And it ended up going all the way back to the beginning of the trial, and I had to speed run my entire way through back to where we were. It was very embarrassing. Fun times were had by everybody except for me. And let's see, Bugsy Boy. How's it going, Bugsy Boy? Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. And you were confused watching someone do it. Oh, good. I'm not the only one. Yes, lots of dogs here on this stream. Yeah, we have 3 dogs running around our house. They do pop up on stream from time to time. They're part of all my alerts and things. But right now, they're actually probably sleeping with my wife. She has work tomorrow. I do not. So I get to stay up late. Yeah, we're very smart here. I don't even know that it was, well, I like to say it's not just because I was dumb, but I don't know, just their explanation of the mechanics for the minigame didn't make a lot of sense. It said like, press this button to lock on, press this button to break it, but I was trying to keep in line with every single dot, which I don't think was very easy to keep that going. Holy cow, Bugsy, thank you so much for that subscription. I appreciate that. Let me swap over here real quick. Bugsy Boy! That is so nice of you, very generous. Thank you very much, dude. Let me drop some tokens in there for you. And for everybody new to the channel, just a reminder, if you follow the channel, you get one of these little avatars you see at the bottom of the screen. And as you hang out in the stream, you earn tokens that you can use to customize these guys. You can play sound effects during the stream. We use them for giveaways, or you could also save up enough tokens where you could actually request a game to stream. And that's actually why we're playing Danganronpa right now, because Jay Sheely actually requested it. So super cool. And I just saw something else happen. Wazaka and DZT, thank you guys for the follow, guys. I appreciate that. Alrighty, make sure I didn't. And you've been holding on to this for a while and haven't had anyone to dump it on. I appreciate you dumping that on me. I'm not much to like, you know, request or even remind people, hey, if you guys have a Prime sub, drop it right here. But I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. That's awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, it's still catching up. It's still catching up. Sora, how's it going, Sora? Welcome. And as Malt and everyone on the stream knows, I am the channel point hoarder. There are a number of people that have a ridiculous amount of channel points. We actually have 2 channel points. We have channel points that like Twitch does automatically, and we use those to like request different things on stream. We do like a battle royale where you guys can all duel to the death essentially. We do channel points to request my voice to change for 5 minutes, whether I'm like auto-tuned or emote only mode, things like that where I have to shut up. And we also do, but then we also have tokens, which is a different thing that I use for channel points. And that's used for the sound effects, customizing the avatars, things like that. I swear it's not very complicated. And you've been holding on to your Prime sub for a while now, and already got paid subs going for the channels you actively follow. Oh, Bugsy, it's nice to keep that for when you find somebody new or something cool going on you want to drop it on, right? That's awesome. I appreciate that. 32,000 points, Michael. That's ridiculous. How much is the Battle Royale? I forget how much I made that. Like 20,000? 25,000? Something like that. It's expensive. I think it's pretty expensive. Alrighty, guys. Well, once again, dude, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. And here's the game. I hope you enjoy me trying to finish up the second trial. Any second there. There it is. There it is. It's 50k. Okay, it's even more expensive. So to get tokens, just hanging out with me, you get tokens. Actually, if you type in exclamation point leaderboard in the chat, it'll give you like the rules on how tokens work. You get 1 token every 10 minutes you're here. We play little mini games where, actually, I totally forgot with that sub, I forgot to drop tokens in the channel. How forgetful of me. So if you type exclamation point jump in the chat, your little character will try to jump up and grab those tokens. So anytime we get cheers or subs or anything, I drop those in. We also play mini games throughout the streams, usually at the beginning of the stream, sometimes in the middle if I have to take a break. You can earn tokens during there, so tons of ways to earn tokens in the channel. Double whammy, right? Oh, and McMahon, thank you so much for the follow, dude. So yeah, tons of ways to earn it, but honestly, the easiest way, just hang out here. You spend enough time in the stream, you earn tokens pretty quick. I usually stream for about 3 hours, so if you're the whole time, you immediately earn like 18 tokens. And if you are subbed to the channel, you actually earn twice that amount. You get 2 tokens every 10 minutes. True, there is a learning curve with that. If you get good at the delay, it's easier to grab those tokens with the jump, but it definitely takes some practice. Oh, we got some ridiculous quotes. We got some... Oh, you got that one too, Relentless. Nice. How did you remember that? And you're just adding it now. That was like so long ago. Relentless, your memory is like a steel trap. I love it. And you're going to save until you can mute me for 5 minutes. Hey, that's a great goal. It actually makes the streams go very fast. How long have I been chatting with all of you amazing people? I haven't made any progress in the game. It forces me to play the game. It could be nice sometimes, but I also love chatting with you. But oh, and do a exclamation point leaderboard, like all one word. Let me try that out for you, DZ. I think it's like this. I think that's the command. There it is. Yeah, so if you click on that link, it'll kind of explain all the different rules for earning tokens. And actually shows you who has the most tokens and things like that too. Okay, it is time. Let's get back into this, guys. So we're about to take a recess. I think Kyoko wants to show us some other evidence or something fun, she said. I'm not sure what that means exactly.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
Our quotes are pretty amazing here. I don't know. I don't do it on purpose. It just happens. And then it gets caught by the mods. Always a good time. So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. Oh my, I totally understand that, Bugsy. Dude, thank you again so much. It's great to have you here. You have a great night. Yeah, it's getting pretty late for me. Probably when I wrap up this case will probably be a good time for me to quit. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. And where she took us was... to the murder scene. Great. Super fun time. Love this recess. Thank you.
The girls' locker room? We've already
already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
Now, we examined it a second time, and that's when we found out it wasn't actually rope, it was like a extension cord. Is that where they're going? I thought we already kind of did that. Maybe we missed a clue. You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Yeah, after you wrap up the case, it could be a long one, Malt. I'm not too sure.
Examine her carefully?
Oh, God.
Like using our hands?
This guy. How's this guy not in jail?
No way, no way, no way, no way, no way!
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
Thank you, Taka. I mean, you're kind of performing an autopsy, but at least he has a little bit more common sense.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just based on religious grounds, you know?
Fumi's pretty great.
Very well. I'll do it.
Thank you, finally.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
Hey, now, this is like equal opportunity.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
Sakura?
I mean, I would trust Sakura. She's awesome.
What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about?
Chill. This bonk hammer is getting bloody from how many people we're hitting with. Come on.
That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go.
Relentless. Giggity.
I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Which means Kyoko's already done this close examination, right? Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Like, we're talking full cavity search, right?
Her entire body? I know you say that, but...
What do you really mean? Can you just tell me where to look, please?
What? This is... What is this?
What the hell did she find?
What is it? Not possible. It's not possible.
So confused. Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is...
Oh. Not a girl?
Is what?
Is a boy.
There it is. Okay, I did not see that come in. Not for a second. Until like right before. I really thought it was some kind of twist about, switching the those handbooks to get into the men's locker room. Not at all. Not at all. Wow.
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
That was a cool twist. I did not see that coming.
What?
His reactions. So remember when you gave Chihiro that girly ribbon? And they were really upset about that? That is right, Sokobo. Man, that is a cool little detail. Yeah, because when I was doing a gift to Chihiro, I tried giving her something I thought she would like, and she just kind of like, nah, not about that life. That makes more sense now.
You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Then it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat.
All right, Monokuma. Show off.
Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
He was a cross-dresser? Oh, no, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
See, now it actually matches Jill's kind of, memorandum? What do they call that? Operandum or whatever for like killing people. Because she doesn't kill girls, but she could have killed him.
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly
Emo.
does make
There
things
it
much
is.
more exciting.
Modus operandi. Thank you. Something like that.
Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
All right, Kyoko, you were right. We needed to come back here. Good recess. Good recess. Although, normally at school you shouldn't be doing that.
Apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial.
Like, all right, let's take a break from class. Let's go outside, you know, our little recess activity area. Check the dead body for genitalia. No.
We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
Yeah, that plot twist hit me like a truck. I did not see that coming. Just normal high school activities. Where are you going to high school, Malt? And you feel bad for Sakura as they just touched corpse chunk? True. To think that Chihiro was actually a guy, that thought never even crossed my mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
I mean, why wouldn't it?
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
More power to him.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room.
Mm-hmm.
And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
So that also makes me believe that Byakuya knew that they were a boy the whole time, right?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Because moving the body gets us to not believe it was Byakuya.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd.
You found it rather odd as you were murdering them in the locker room?
I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
So he's like confessing now.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Why does he still feel cocky?
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
I hate it so much. I mean, I'm still on thinking that Byakuya did it. But now, like... Did I do it? I just don't even know about it. Did I do it? Is it me? I mean, I can only really believe it's him so far.
He's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it.
His reaction makes me think maybe he didn't do it. But I have no other suspect.
But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
I would flip this table if I wouldn't cause massive amount of damage to all my equipment.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery.
We look like pawns to him. He's just like, play, my little playthings. Figure it out, please.
The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it.
Well, I mean, he used it before the murder, so I wouldn't say that's conscientiously using it, knowing it would connect you to a future murder. That doesn't make sense. Let us play with this new evidence.
And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
Wait, what?
He's right. I am not the culprit.
Okay, he's confirming what we were thinking. I gotcha.
I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Why the hell would you do that?
Are you fucking with us right now?
Just trying to make things more difficult for everyone?
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
That's how I would do it.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
I mean, I would try to think of like a realistic reason why he might have done it. I wonder if he wants to pin it on maybe somebody else that he finds more of a threat or something?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
Yeah, and how did he just happen upon a corpse like that? Yeah, that's true.
We're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility.
Well, Byakuya would have found the body in the boys' locker room because that's where Chihiro was. But then he was able to move it. If he did move it, he said he switched some things around to the girls' locker room, right? How did he get in there?
Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
This case is crazy.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
Ooh, or if he saw the murder, Frost. There you go. And you like how his first instinct was to see a dead corpse? Time to decorate the girls' locker room. Right. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with this guy? Oh, he did say he found it in the girls' locker room. Okay. So now it's making us think again without swapping e-card readers. There's so many variations that could change this, but maybe it was a girl that actually killed him.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
I feel like he knows who it is. But if Byakuya didn't do it, then who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can be sure about. Okay, she acted surprised, but hear me out. Could it still be Jill, the serial killer? Now that it was a guy the whole time. Maybe it was just pretending that it didn't know it was a boy the whole time. Okay, there's one thing we could be sure that we know about the killer. The killer was able to gain access to the real murder scene, which means I would say that the killer is a girl, but could also grab one of the e-card readers from the other one. But there was no, well, no, yeah, there was Sayaka's e-card reader, which would have gotten him access or her access to the female room. Maybe it could be Genocide Jack. And you don't think he does because he didn't know Chihiro was a guy. That's true. I don't know. I feel like we can't, like, Genocide Jack might be it. Just because, like, how could somebody come out saying, yeah, I'm a serial killer. Go ahead and hang out with me in the next chapter, right? Like, that'd be crazy, too. That might be too easy. I don't know. I think that's my closest one right now. It could be generic, though. Maybe we need to go further into detail and find out, okay, it is one of those. It's one of these two. I'm gonna go with Jack. It's kind of a long shot, but it was a guy the whole time. I'm running out of time. No, that can't be right. The murder scene was a boys' locker room, and to get there you needed a guy's handbook. A girl wouldn't have any way to get in, so none of them could be the killer. Besides, the actual crime scene didn't have the bloody message, and Chihiro wasn't suspended there. Wait, so and the broken handbook was the only male handbook. Let's see, it was Sayaka. I'm trying to remember all the dead people. Sayaka, Leon, and oh, that's right. I can't think of her name, but yeah, the girl with the pigtails. She's the other one. Junko were girls, and they had no way to enter the boys' locker room. That's what they're saying. So it had to have been a boy if there wasn't a male handbook to take and use. So it couldn't have been Genocide Jack. Okay. I love that scene. I just embarrassed myself. So the killer had to be Guy because there was no other handbooks to swap and use.
I got it!
Gosh, I don't know who it's going to be. Since the crime scene was the boys' locker room, you would need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But that's still not enough. I need to find some more clues. Oh gosh, here we go. Yeah, we're all just thinking that, right, Sheely? If it wasn't Byakuya...
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Let's listen to all this first.
Clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over.
Celeste saw...
You want to know who saw the victim?
Her beforehand.
The killer. And only the killer. And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man. Game over.
I like the Aliens reference.
No, not game over.
I like the Aliens reference. Okay, so I think what I need to do is actually absorb one of those things and shoot it at the other one. Now, as a matter of fact, there is an eyewitness account. She has more information about that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
I'm gonna skip that one.
Well, clues are one. Did nobody get a look? I'm sure if someone saw the killer...
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some... Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over.
Yeah, I absorb
It's
that.
all
I'm gonna
over.
shoot it into the next one.
You want to know who saw the victim? The killer. And only the killer.
That was not it. Yes, I see. So what you're saying is I have absolutely no idea.
Shoot.
Okay, so maybe it's not that kind of thing where you have to absorb one and shoot the next one. Yeah, low intelligence, good wit. I love all the dancing emotes, by the way.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who... Well,
So maybe I just have to shoot that one.
I'm sure if someone saw the...
Perhaps someone saw the victim at... Yeah. All we need right...
It's over.
It's all... You want to know who saw
The killer. And only...
No, that's wrong.
There we go. Yes, that ability to absorb one and shoot one.
I believe
It
someone
makes
else
some things
did
more
see the
complicated.
victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
You guys have so many dancing emotes. I love it. And if you already have the evidence, you can use a direct link.
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this.
Is that how you say that? Makoto. Makoto.
The rest of
I've been
you
saying
had
that wrong
no
this whole time.
idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse.
True. Okay, good. Just her accent.
I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
I wouldn't have expected him, but now I'm thinking of our very anime-obsessed friend.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
The only person that could have gotten rid of the evidence.
Well, I better get going. I'm in kind of a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry.
To meet somebody, right?
But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
There was also some speculation that, like, yeah, they wouldn't go work out by himself.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
Was it you, Hifumi?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Oh, is trash duty not a thing anymore? Oh, I was like, ooh, I got a clue. Maybe not.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
What a marvelous friendship!
Jill is awesome.
The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No, you already have what you need to make the connection.
If it wasn't for you, I really don't.
Huh?
I really don't.
You know who the killer is.
Seriously?
I love it how they do that.
Who is it? Who's the killer?
He cared about them very much. I mean, he was so friendly to everybody, right?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Track jacket.
Are
Duffel
you
bag.
sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
My gears are turning. Nothing's happening.
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
One thing we don't do that I wish we did do is like check every room, you know, like look at everyone's stuff, see if you find any evidence.
Easy for you to say.
And they generally only consider new area things for new trials. That makes sense for us because yeah, the game could get real complicated real fast, huh?
But fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Oh, I didn't try to do that, Zakoba. That's pretty neat.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Does Chihiro's track jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Oh, Sheely, gosh, you hate to see that. Oh, man. Somehow, it's really hard to believe. Oh, where is this gonna go? I don't know if I have any, like, physical clues
First
to
of all,
help me
we
here.
know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise.
Yeah?
So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. 'Cause exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
She's right. What he said just now is really odd. How did he know something like that? Wait, what did I just miss? Was he talking about the last person
We know
there?
where Chihiro was headed.
He was on his way, so next week, why did he choose?
What do you mean this? I got it! It matched the one.
So, what you're saying is the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
When he said it matched the tracksuit, like,
I don't
how
even
would you
have
know
a
that,
tracksuit.
right?
Cause exercising.
I have a white tracksuit personally.
I got it from the.
Did any of that really help us get it?
No way. Not a chance.
I think
You
that's
heard him,
it.
right?
Yeah.
What he just said without even
I mean,
realizing it?
You could make a guess because, like, you know, they really liked who they were going to work out with. Maybe they'd want it to match, but you wouldn't know that for sure. However, and it does seem very sketch, but in Taka's defense, he loves to announce things like facts when he's just totally pulling out of his behind, you know? So it seemed kind of natural. It seemed kind of natural for him to say that, but yeah, he would have no idea that the other person was wearing the same tracksuit color, right? I'm gonna go for
First of
shooting
all,
that
we
one.
know he was on his way to go. So next we have. Why did he choose
The specific.
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that. It matched the one the culprit was
I actually
wearing.
can't even shoot that.
So, what
so
you're
that's
saying
not it.
is the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him?
Boy, that one.
My tracksuit is black.
The blue one. I missed it.
I don't even
I'll have to rewind it. That's what it was. He wouldn't have no idea it's
Did any
blue.
of that really help us?
No way. Not a chance.
Dang. Okay, one more time. Gotta be real
First of all,
quick.
he was on his way to go. So next week, why did he choose?
What do you
All
mean?
right, come on, chipmunks. Get me there.
It matched the one the
So, what you're saying is the killer was wearing the same blue track.
No, that's wrong.
What do you mean blue? It's really clever. I like that.
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Mondo. Just when I was starting to come around on you a little bit. Yeah, you were abrasive and kind of a jerk, but he was sort of nice a little bit in the last chapter. Kyoko, man, it's like, what was that? Like in Squid Game? Like the main character, which feels like us, seems to fumble through a lot of stuff and somebody kind of carries him through some of it. Reminds me of this. Kyoko's totally carrying me through some of this.
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said,
I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag, and then I assumed he headed off to exercise.
she never said anything about the jacket's color.
You know what's funny, Zakobo, is that's why I was starting to turn around on him a little bit. Because, like, I think Mondo apologized to Chihiro, and it seemed like, oh, cool, they're gonna, like, hang out. That makes sense. It was totally just to, like, you know, get him alone, apparently.
So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you? You just.
That's the reaction we're looking for.
Hey, Celeste, what color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know
Nice.
what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Just a slip of the tongue, dig your own grave, right? Oh, that's so cool. And Malt, do you remember the reason you got confused here? It was because when it showed the CG for Chihiro with the blue tracksuit, your brain, for whatever reason, assumed everyone knew it was blue, so you never suspected anyone for the longest time. It's so tricky, isn't it, Malt? Oh, man.
Because I just. I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that can't be it.
You trying to cover for him?
The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died. That's the only possibility.
Can we like put her in this thing though too? Because yeah, she's super dangerous. She's scaring me right now.
Cherry? Are you talking about Chihiro?
Yeah, she just called me Big Mac. That's what she does.
So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night.
Bull crap.
He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag.
Man, so many little details. They did a good job of like making everything come together, don't they? And you want to live with not only a murderer, but someone who messed up a crime scene as well? Let's get rid of all of them, Zakobo. I'm okay with that.
If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
However, Byakuya's like really smart still. Even though he's doing that crap, he's still pretty dang smart, keeping some of us alive through helping with these cases, right?
Yeah.
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did.
Mm-hmm.
Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However,
Diabolical.
Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good idea, Frost. Let Jill kill Byakuya, and then we get rid of Jill as well. So that takes a lot of danger out of this game.
That's a good question.
Because I hate him. Because of the way he talked. Maybe how he like quickly changed, like being friendly with him, right? I guess it could also be the way he was acting. I'm gonna go with the way he was acting. I don't know, that's kind of general, I guess.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off.
I don't think I got the right answer.
Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick.
Oh, so it was how he talked.
And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
Whoa, that way went above my head.
You noticed such a tiny detail?
That's impressive.
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
She's a witch! Burn her!
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
Throw her in the lake, see if she floats.
I didn't kill anyone.
Once they start acting like that, it's all over. Remember what Leon was doing? What was he saying? Stupid, 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 stupid.
You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah, he would never do something like that. This is a false accusation.
Oh, they're bros. I was trying to remember, like, why is he, like, protecting him? Because they had, like, that the sauna scene together, right?
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
Oh, yeah. Wazaka, I do it all the time. I haven't killed anyone yet. No, I went.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
Yeah, see if she weighs as much as a duck. What else do they talk about? Swallows? European or African swallows?
My time has nearly come.
See, there's the different voice actor again.
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you'd found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Well, Monokuma doesn't actually kill anybody, right? Monokuma just lets everybody else kill themselves, kill each other.
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
No, it's like super good range.
Jeez, did your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
I bet it's gonna sound weird and it's gonna be super important.
If you really insist, then... here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
Oh, we are gonna have some e-handbook shenanigans. Only 90 pounds, Chihiro? I mean, they do make him look real small, so I guess it doesn't make sense. Put it lying on the ground. It can't be ours. Trying to think about what clue did they give me to figure this one out. I got a minute and 40 seconds. McMahon, it's mine, it's mine. Yeah, thanks, dude. I've been looking for that. I guess I would assume Chihiro because he killed Chihiro. Maybe he dropped it somewhere. And then he just picked it up. Unless Mondo dropped it trying to do something, but I don't know like what logic would make me pick one versus the other. We'll just go for this one.
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
Okay, that was the clue. Okay.
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
And they are very difficult to break.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
And so Kobo, Hifumi contributes a surprising amount to these trials compared to many of the other characters. Probably 4th place in terms of uselessness. That's good. Even if he probably does it on accident sometimes, right?
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall.
Who's breaking all these and how?
For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere?
What if when the person dies, the handbook automatically dies as well? Like a link to them, you know?
How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
Oh no, 2 other people died and their handbooks still work. Never mind. He mentioned a weak point earlier. Now, he was like a amazing hacker, right? But I don't know. They specifically mentioned a weak point, and that's my guess.
I got it! You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
He didn't tell us what the weak point is. The sauna is the weak point.
You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
True. It's not water, it's not electricity.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and 2 of them broke in quick succession, then
we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
It's Google Chrome. Obviously, these handbooks don't have enough RAM to handle it.
Huh? You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, That would be very not good.
Aw, poor guy.
Just tell us already. Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example? Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is...
Yes?
When it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
Aha, so not water, but temperatures.
I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
There we go. Sauna, that makes sense.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh?
Yeah, it's just air. Just air. I guess air could burn you.
It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Do you guys like saunas? Like, do you like that sensation? I'm not a big fan of being that overly hot.
Wow, interesting. I learned one new fact today.
It's probably cleansing, but it's just not for me.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
I do like hot tubs, though, but not so much saunas. Never been, never been. You do love them, Young? In order to cook oneself, but we run in sauna.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
It's because they took it in the sauna before, and only 2 people took their, only 2 people went in the sauna before. It was, what's his name? Taka and Mondo.
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
And, well, Wazaka, you like the cold and not really into hot tubs. I actually prefer it to be normally a little bit cold too, but that's mostly because it's easier to warm up than it is to cool down. At least I don't have air conditioning in the house, so that's how it is for me.
What do you mean by accident?
And Monkey likes saunas and hot tubs?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke?
Mm-hmm.
They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that?
2 people having a sauna contest?
I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa, seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
And Taka, he was there too. Now, what's weird though is Taka was actually wearing like something. Like he had like shorts on, I believe. Was it? Oh no, that's right. Taka was like down to his underwear and Mondo was like fully clothed still to make it more hardcore, right? But at the same time, he might have had his handbook with him. It had to be the one who wore all their clothes into the sauna. Yeah, and that was Mondo, I believe. I'm pretty sure he was in his skivvies. And yeah, Kat, be sure you don't say anything like story-wise before they happen in the game. Now, if you aren't, and this is just my general like idea. I think I could explain this. We could pause for a second. My general ideas for the stream as far as spoilers are concerned. If you've never played the game in your life and you don't know things for sure, feel free to throw out guesses and stuff. I think that's fun. It's kind of cool. We're all playing together. But if you do know the answer, don't say anything before it happens because that can ruin it, not just for me, but also, you know, people in the stream. Poor Monkey. I have no idea what's going on. All right, Mondo it is. I know he's wearing all of his clothes in there.
Here's my answer. Mondo. Your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What?
Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
You know, I've thought about that, Porto, putting no spoiler in the tags, but I actually think that's probably more counterintuitive than it should be. Not saying it's always this case, but if I want to be a jerk and spoil people's streams, I'm probably going to look for streams that have the no spoiler tag. Just saying. I kind of think, like, I rarely ever have problems with spoilers in the stream. So I kind of feel like if I tell people not to do something, they're more likely to do it. So I just kind of leave that out. But yeah, let me know what you guys think, if that would actually help or not. I kind of doubt it, but who knows.
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on. But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets.
Yeah, not at all. Not being malicious. Just having fun and, yeah, describing what's going on at the same time.
And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
Wow, I had no idea it was going to end up being Mondo in this whole thing.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill.
I feel kind of bad for Taka because, like, they're like good friends now, right?
I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
Because we are actually about to murder his friend. I mean, I don't want to believe it either, but I found something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Oh, we have another one.
Let's test Makoto's assertion.
What?
If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
I'm sure Mondo's handbook broke during their sauna showdown. If I can just prove that, then that will show that the handbook Mondo has must actually be.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct,
It would be
then Mondo,
Chihiro's?
you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Makoto.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
That might be what I have to shoot right there.
See? Look!
Is there any other clue?
Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
There's only two things to shoot. My handbook works just fine and wrong. I think it's my handbook works just fine.
Let's test if what he says you broke your own. In other words, if then that proves.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Oh, that was not correct. The hell are you talking about? Just shut up, you little bitch.
Shoot!
So it's just the word
Makoto's
wrong?
assertion. If what he says
Or
is
am I supposed to
correct,
absorb
then
one
Mondo,
and shoot it into
you
the other
broke
one? I'm
your
never
own
sure about
handbook.
that.
In other words,
Oh, I
if
can
Mondo's
change. I
handbook
forgot
is
about that
actually
ability.
That proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well,
Oops.
my god.
How do I do that again? There's like a button. There we go. Okay.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all!
So I need to change it
Mondo
to,
wouldn't hurt a fly!
I think, broken E handbook and then shoot what he says. I forgot I could change my
if what
bullet.
he says is correct, you broke your own. In other words, if then that proves.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just...
No, that's wrong.
There we go. Okay, I had the right idea. I just forgot about the switching bullets. Yeah, what a
Mondo,
great
the handbook
counterpoint.
you have right now. Is it really yours?
Good old 11037. That was a fun one too. I like that one, Petroleum.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall. Isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
You talked about butter in the last stream, Cat. I think you like butter.
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
Aha. Butter is delicious. Oh, that's true, Zakoba. You feel more betrayed that way, right?
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's. Yes?
How would you know whose is whose if they're broken? Is there like a label or something? Just swap them?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student.
I mean, there's so many ways you can twist that logic. I love it. Oh, I guess because you can only figure it out if you turn it on, right, Zakobo? Is that kind of how they work?
It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting.
I would be so bad at this game in real life. I'd be caught immediately.
As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so.
Oh, the music's getting quiet. You know what that means. He's about to lose his mind.
I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
I mean, I'm not saying I would kill somebody, Shili, but if I had to, I wouldn't be able to hide it. I would get caught immediately.
Son of a bitch. What's wrong, bro? Come on, tell him he's wrong. You are wrong. You have to be wrong. Everything you just said is wrong. You made it all up.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning?
Hey, Kat, you have to stop that or I'm going to have to time you out just because it makes it hard for me to read all the other chat as well. I didn't mean to do it. Teehee.
That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Oh, this is the mini game. Oh no. Wait, what is it? Oh, this is when I get to put it together. Okay. And it's kind of like confused me the first time because it's right to left being Japanese. Okay, so she's packing her bag and then Celeste is there. So the first thing she does, let's see here. This one right here. This is the packing one, right? Okay. She quickly hides it, takes off, and then she has to like scan her card to get in. Is it that one? Or is it this one? Like focuses on that door is my guess. Then scan the card. She comes in, sees the killer, right? And it looks like she's putting her stuff away in the locker. And then what happens here? Oh, there's two door ones. Oh, I wonder. Oh, no, that means I've used it. Okay. We got the barbell. That's not there yet. Looks like they drop their tablet. Is that what that is? Is that the tablet? I can't quite tell. It looks like a file or something. Why'd they have to take him away? And then there's this door opening. Maybe it might be better to look ahead in time. Okay, sneaks up behind him, smashes the head. Oh, there's working out first. I think this might be there. So he's actually holding the barbell. Oh, that's true. Not all pictures have to be used either. So he's using the barbell, then sneaks up, kills poor Chihiro. That's what happened to me last time. I had everything correct except I used a wrong picture. There's like two kind of similar pictures, you know, and I just picked the wrong one. Okay, so with the blood stains, I think maybe it shows... maybe not that. Maybe this. So it shows that, the blood stain, and then he looks and realizes, oh, there's blood all over that. He has to start moving things around. Oh gosh, there's I didn't even move over here. There's so many more of these things. Okay, I definitely screwed one up. Okay, rolling up the carpet. Probably this one, because he also switches the posters at the same time. Then he picks up the body. Oh, see, like, how would you know which of these to use? They're almost the exact same picture. There's putting it up and then flattening it on the wall. Like, I don't know. That seems like the same thing to me. And it shows a couple going to the pool. I don't remember there being anything to do with the pool room, so I don't think that's going to be relevant. That's identical to that, so I don't think we used that. This is a tough one. This is him dressing up the murder scene. So... So you think one is taking it down and one is putting it up? I couldn't even tell the difference. I bet if I look at it closer it'll make sense. This could be taking it down. That could be taking it down. Yeah, so maybe that is the right one to go there. Because then putting it back up would be maybe more over here? Let's see here. It might be better to try to use more later on so I have less to choose from. Okay, so the murder scene is effectively changed right there. He's looking back at it. Oh wait, this is when we see not the killer, but we see Byakuya come in. And Byakuya kind of changes things up just to screw with us. He does the drawing to make it look like that other one. Yeah, because look, it's already written here. That could be there, actually. I'm not sure. So it's tied up. Oh no, that one's over here. Because he's grabbing the blood right there. So what comes here? Oh, it looks like using the card, maybe. I think it's using a card. Did I already use that one? Oh, maybe that's not it. I don't know. I feel like I might need to use that card here at the end. This is tough. Because he's about to come in here, but he needs to scan in, right? Let's leave that alone for now. What else we got? So we see the body. This is a complicated one. This looks like it's putting up a poster. That's the killer, though. I think anytime we see this gray person, we're talking about Mondo, right? I'm not exactly sure what I'm seeing here. Is this him getting rid of his thing? Maybe he's tossing it? Like that's him dropping it right there? Then how does that start? Oh, I didn't even use this one, the cord. The cord should go right here. There we go. Okay, that looks right. And we might need to use the one where she's like walking. Yeah, let's take this one back. Let's put her walking in. I think that's what that one is. I'm not sure if that's right. I think it is. It's like you see 2 doors. It's showing which door he's going into. See him? But it's like the opposite of what I expect. Like you see the red one and then he's walking in the blue one. I don't know. I guess that could still be it. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be there. Right after he kills him. It could be that one. You could put like anything there. There's a couple ones you could put there. Okay, so... And also does, Oh, I forgot the question marks! That's true. I actually forgot all about that. That does make it way easier, doesn't it? Oh, man. Let's see, where is the question mark again? Or is it down here? No. Oh, before I put something down. Okay, so that's the duffel bag one. I'm just double check this. Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse with a new duffel bag, and... So yeah, that's got to be that one. I forgot all about the question marks. I should have done all these first. There's something everyone has that you need to get into the locker rooms. So that would be this. Which locker room did Chihiro go into? And it's the blue one because everything was then moved over to look like it was in the girls' locker room. I made it like 10 times harder for myself not using these. The weapon the killer used was, okay, that's this. I guess you could play that way. That would actually make it interesting. It doesn't have blood on it yet. As the murder took place, some blood splattered onto something, didn't it? So it didn't splatter onto the murder weapon. This is where I would have gotten mixed up. It splattered onto this. Hey, welcome back, cat. What about this? To disguise the truth, the killer switched around the carpet as well as something else. So that looks like it's putting up. So I think it's going to be the other one. This one's probably the taking down picture. Picks up the body, and then which locker did the killer move to? Which locker room, sorry. So then we show this one moving over, right? The killer took something from the other locker room and switched it at the scene of the crime. Took something. Did I already use something? Oh, I mean, I think this is probably still the poster, right? Yeah. That's probably correct. Let's see. What was it that Byakuya brought to the murder scene? It could only have been, that's the cord, so that was correct. There it is. I'm pretty sure that's correct too. I'm just going to leave that. Where did the killer go after they were done? I think we're supposed to show this, because it looks like we're about to see this door open, right? And then when the handbook got thrown into the sauna room, what happened to it? That's showing it break. Okay. Oh, have a good lurk, Scout. Good to see you, dude. That means you're correct when you hear that noise, right? Or does that just mean you filled in every slot? I don't know. Let's see. I think we got it.
Here's exactly what happened. First, let's take a look back to before the incident. Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste?
I love this track, that voice in the background. It's really cool.
With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
Oh, I got that wrong. Okay. Oops. No, I didn't lay out my reasoning right. I need to rearrange the events in my case. Okay, so I think it only took this one away, right? So there's something everyone has that you need to get into locker rooms. Which one did I use? They're like the same thing. One is... Oh, I think I used this one. So it's not just holding that device. It's holding the device into the in. I think that's it. I think that's it. I know. Why, Sheely? Why? Those are so close.
Here's exactly what happened.
Okay, I missed the one with the hand. Luckily, it jumps right back to where it was. That's really nice.
With
I don't have
bag
to
in hand,
fast forward.
Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room.
Oh, I thought the other one just had like the device by itself just kind of floating in space because it was just saying like, what did they have, you know? Like, I didn't know they had to be holding it, but could be either way.
But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
I done goofed. Whoops.
Simple, because she was really a he.
Makes sense though, because they actually did like a little animation of him going in there.
Which is why he was able to use his own handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro.
Nobody but Mondo would sit like that. I love that.
And attacked him.
That's so sad.
And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from.
I mean, the style and everything is so cute and fun, and it's not too dark, but man, you get down to like what's actually happening right now, and it's just so sad.
It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet.
You made a mess, Mondo.
Then, removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course, but this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem.
I know, Chihiro was one of my favorites, Sheely, and now I'm scared to claim any other favorites because I'm going to murder them. Not me murdering them, but just my association
And that's
will murder
exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no.
It's so sad. Cat, you are the mastermind. I am the bear.
Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated. So, after stumbling on the crime scene...
Yeah, thanks, Byakuya. That was great. Love it.
He went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter.
I kind of like that Genocide Jack is not actually here. Well, maybe. Who knows? But wait, no, not that. Genocide Jack didn't do that. That was close. Genocide Jack is here, but didn't actually do that. I got another one wrong. Oh, okay. What did you want there, game? Okay. What did this one say? And thinking about how the Yakuya tied that cord. Yeah, right? On a dead body? How could you do that and not be a total psychopath? Okay, where did the killer go after they were done? So I had removed that. I guess this one right here. This is going to the pool because the sauna's there, right? That makes more sense.
The killer is you! And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna.
Yeah, Kat, I understand your excitement, but you gotta contain it, or you can't hang around. I'm sorry.
There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook.
I love the animations.
And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna.
Because it's the second one that they broke.
And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out.
He looks so
Isn't
crazy
that
in that
right,
picture.
Mondo
Oh my
Iwata?
goodness.
Wait. No. This can't be right.
Poor Taka.
Where's your evidence? Yeah, where's your evidence? You need evidence. You need proof. Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him.
Evidence that Mondo is the killer. That already revealed itself earlier in the trial. If I can somehow show where Mondo's handbook is right now, once I do that, everything will become clear. Oh, another new feature? What the heck? This game has so many different functions. Okay, let's check this out. Let's talk a little bit about Fever Time and Nega Time. During a bullet time battle, this is, I think, the rhythm game. If you press the right bumper button, Fever Time will activate, and the tempo will be forced to its max if you want to speed it up, make it harder. At this point, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you can push AY, however you want to destroy the opponent's verbal assault. But this only lasts until your focus gauge runs out, so make the best possible use of your time. I mean, it keeps on coming, right, Michael? It's one of those things that, like, at first it seems like it's way too much, but with good design, if it all, like, bleeds in together well, it makes it way more fun. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if if only you got to access a special time, right? So we've also prepared something called Nega Time that your opponent can use. If the opponent activates Nega Time during the bullet time battle, your tempo marker will disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. If you were to activate Fever Time at this point... No, never mind. I'm sure nothing would happen. Don't know what I was worried about. Is that trying to trick me? What's going on? Unsurprisingly, if your action difficulty is set to gentle, we can skip that. Well then, good luck and have fun. Okay, right bumper, Nega Time. Let's see how well I remember how to do this. This was tricky the first time.
Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen. I refute you. False. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. I refuse to vote. Show me some evidence. You're wrong. I won't listen.
Oh, is it not working now, or is it working? I'm not sure. I try to do my Nega Time, and I can't tell if it's working.
Show me some evidence. I won't listen. False. You're corrupt!
I think I might have done screwed up.
I refute you! False!
I can't see the stuff.
Show me some evidence. I won't listen.
There we go. Oh, thank goodness.
Show me some evidence.
This should prove it.
Was I supposed to press something again? That was too close. That was way too close.
Thinking so far is right. Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's.
Got so lucky there. I had no idea what was going on when I made the thing disappear. I was like, am I just supposed to memorize the rhythm? I don't know. It seemed like that made it way harder. Holy cow! The timing. The timing. Void, welcome Raiders to John Katie. I have a giant Gus butt in my face. Okay, now the dog is gone. How is it going, Void? Welcome Raiders. We are just wrapping up this case in this game. How was your stream? How was your D&D section, dude? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, as I was trying to talk to you guys, Gus, one of my dogs running across the screen, his booty was like all up in here. Couldn't even see me. How you doing? Welcome, everybody. We're just wrapping up our stream of Danganronpa. So, Kat, what is the deal with the butter? I don't get it. I don't get it. And the Gus butt. You gotta love the Gus butt. So how did your stream go? What were you guys up to today? Okay, Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's.
In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
He's gonna give himself up?
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like this music.
I did it. I killed him.
He is giving himself up. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't quite expect that. I'm surprised I got an A considering I barely survived the final battle, you know? At least I didn't have to redo the whole thing. And it was a good stream. Some more D&D 5e combat mayhem for the community. Nice. Is 5e is not the most recent, is it, Voiv? Isn't there like a newer D&D beyond that, or is that the most recent? I think I've only ever played 2.5 and 3. It's been a very long time since I played D&D. And you get a ton of these. It is the most recent. Nice. Do you like it? Like, is that like your favorite of all the different D&D versions out there so far?
Bro, what are you saying?
Poor Taka.
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just give up.
At least he's not just going stupid, 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 stupid until we murder him.
Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Come on. The game has like this dark, sad music, and he's all gritty, like, come on, just do it. Roger that. So happy. It's like, come on, that change in tone was amazing.
Wait, hold on.
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank!
Love his voice. It's so ridiculous.
Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
I mean, you can't pick a bad one now, right? I guess you could, but like,
What's
why?
it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
You're just trying to like kill everybody, essentially, if you do that. I think that's the rule. If you get the wrong one, then everybody dies. Oh no, you don't even get to pick. It's already happened. That's right. Oh, no more Corn Cob Head. I was really hoping he was going to have a big turnaround with his character arc. That would have been fun.
What?
As I always do, Cat. Most deaths are my fault. Uh-oh. This time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaka was... Mondo Owada.
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous.
Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. At least it's like a majority, not everybody has to do it. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimura. You need to be more careful. Taka did not want to vote his friend out, but I'm curious, who did Taka try to murder or blame? I refuse to believe it. There's no way. No way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Yeah, probably us. That's true. That makes sense. Or sacrifice himself. That's a good choice too. Why? Why did you do it? Whoa, it's just... Every orifice is spewing liquid.
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf. I wonder how he's gonna get killed.
Actually...
What was his deal? Like, I'm trying to remember, he was, like, we already had the baseball guy. What was Mondo? He was like a biker gang leader, right? So maybe he's gonna get run over by a bunch of bikes or something? The story of this murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the B button and fast forward the text. Funny how it breaks the fourth wall like that. Anyway, there was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaka. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He'd heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on that fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out. Now, nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside him and was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear, instead it only grew stronger and stronger. I'm weak.
Weak.
I mean, that's what happens with a lot of
weak.
things. You get told something enough, you start to believe it. It sucks. You're welcome, cat. Oh, I like the art style in that. It looks a little different than normal. Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge, which would be that, he was actually a boy. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But
I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. Aw, Chihiro was so cool. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the thread of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger. How annoying. Trying to better yourself.
that's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay, I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so, that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising as he prepared to retrain his mind and body. I know, Chihiro was the strongest one and didn't even know it. That's so sad. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would ever get at it.
hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. That person he went to...
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. I wish it was Sakura. Yep, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably feared that if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep his secret. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was a symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. I never got that about him. He just seemed like he acted tough and had a lot of bark, but I didn't think he had much bite. He never actually did anything. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help me give me some courage. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And then he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
He knocked us out one at a time. So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Huh? Did what he did? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room to the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Whoa. Okay, that was a cool little twist. I didn't really think about that. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done? That's kind of what I thought at first.
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think that was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep his promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. But how does moving the body keep his secret?
Because
if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would know, or everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have been immediately begun to suspect his identity. So, he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook, see? Then Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed. Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why did you... Because, no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong!
That's impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while you're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Wasn't that part of his story earlier about like how he had that promise with his brother kind of thing? Holy cow. Mondo, the ultimate bike gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraffs across the country tremble. But the only reason he had a chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo even got in on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother Mondo.
In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya's created this gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why...
I
gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. Oh, is Mondo kind of like from JoJo or like a reference to that? Or like just like a similar hairstyle? But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... Oh, his brother saved him. So it's really more of a sacrifice than Mondo killing his brother, right? Although I guess he inadvertently killed him and making that situation happen, but not directly. Laying it in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Of course, he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened. Hey, kid. The rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep this gang together. 'Cause it's a team. You and me put together. It's a promise between men. That's where he got that. That's right. Yeah, he just purposely worded it in the absolute worst way possible, right? And you do think he was designed as a JoJo reference? That's cool. I like playing homage to those kind of things. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang, in order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother. He could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was going to lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother. I'm strong. Strong, strong, strong. Yeah, that makes total sense, Kat. I remember that reference earlier. But it just came full circle. And yet... that like fake cry sound he makes. As soon as our killing game began, he realized, no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced and revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother. We're still going, Weepatom. This is a long chapter. I don't know if this is the longest in the game, but it took more than like a 5-hour stream to do, just this one chapter. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I'd been carrying around, it all would have been for nothing. Oh, Penny, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? So that's why I... Mondo. After I saw what Makuna had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness, and it started swirling around. I never felt anything like it before. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while,
that fuzzy uneasiness. It turned into a hard rock lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me his secret. You guys are all troopers. It's 1:30 in the morning for me, which is getting late. I've been up since like 5:30, but man, some of you guys, it's 4:30 in the morning. Thank you so much for hanging out this long. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
'Cause I mean, you kept that secret all this time, right? If anybody find out, you would...
But...
You're right, but...
I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever.
His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself.
I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore.
I'm glad you're a night owl, Michael. And you get an insane sleep schedule. My sleep schedule goes between super responsible to completely irresponsible on the weekends.
You're so strong. It can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying
What?
if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. Chihiro was a strong one all along. That's crazy. Oh, and Relentless, you actually took today off work because you knew we'd be streaming like until noon your time? Relentless, holy cow. You do not have to do that, but thank you so much for taking time off work. That's amazing. Holy cow. Do not expect that ever. Seriously. Oh my gosh. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I'd never had. I was so jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you f***ing with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo.
I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
No, I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Strong, strong, strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch!
And stronger than Daya. I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was lying at my feet, covered in blood. Just, what do they call that? Temporary insanity. Just, it wasn't like a crime of passion or like a crime of, like, premeditated. Just temporary insanity. Just lost his mind and went off. And, oh, that's so sad. And Relentless, everything about this case makes you so sad. Mondo's backstory, the way he hides his weakness, the way Chihiro makes him think he's weak, but he's actually stronger than Mondo in the end, and the way Chihiro wants to change, but Mondo can't, and the way that Mondo keeps his promise to Chihiro even after. It's all so sad, and like there's a lot of goodness behind a lot of these things happening, but it just ends so tragically. Oh man. He is probably weaker than Sakura. Everybody's weaker than Sakura. Oh my gosh. I had the dumbbell in my hand, and I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey!
I killed him. I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness that lived in his heart like this and turned him cold-blooded. God damn it. gosh. Way to ruin the mood, Monokuma.
Look at him. You see? You're all just like him. For a secret from the past, for a memory. For that, he killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free from his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? Because I sure don't.
You bastard. Just shut up, you son of a bitch. Go ahead. Say that. I dare you.
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I would want to say, but unfortunately, I can't do that right now because it's time for punishing is fast approaching.
Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now.
That's what I promised you, right? The Blacken that disturbed the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special
Oh,
punishment.
man. Okay, it's going to be something about bikes or something with his brother somehow, I guess. Although I don't know how it could be about his brother. That'd be wild. Yeah, it wasn't even premeditated for Mondo. He just, in all of his like built up tension and, you know, drama, he broke, he cracked. No, wait.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
Oh my goodness. Poor Taka's not going to be the same after this, is he?
Sorry, man.
Taka was like just the gung-ho Captain America of our group, and I think he's going to be a shell in the next chapter.
I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Oh. Game over. Mondo has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Oh no, oh no. It's a bike-related injury. Does Monokuma have a little corncob hairstyle too? I love it. Oh, it's like one of those like stunt balls you might see at the circus or something. The Cage of Death. These are so wild. I love that he also has the same haircut. This keeps going faster and faster and faster. Until... Look at Monokuma just dancing in the front, having a good old time. Where's Mondo? I can see the body. What the hell? There's the butter reference, cat. Now I get it. That was disturbing. Are we having pancakes for breakfast tomorrow?
Laugh at death, and your soul will forever be at peace.
Yeah, he just moved so fast it just turned him in the consistency of butter. Although it's probably not yellow. But who knows? I know, right, Michael? Wait, what? How does this happen? Mondo butter. Yeah, it's portrayed as comical, but when you think about it, it's still very disturbing, right? Oh my gosh. And Relentless, you made a Danganronpa killing tier list based on whether you think they deserve to be executed for the crime or not. And you had Mondo at You Deserve to Live. Oh, that's so sad. That was like the lowest on the tier as far as like deserving to die, right? Yeah, Taco's got to be broken after this. That's so sad.
Laugh at death, and your soul will forever be at peace.
It can't be. My brother. Another murder and another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. Oh yeah, he's breaking. As Taka's sad screams invade our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again, that was good screaming by the voice actor. But he, of course, had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game? Baikoya?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do. Because this is a game of life or death.
Hey.
I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response. Except that...
However...
I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library, as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule too? The rule that never mattered to me. I don't recall ever agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. Thank you. I try. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse. What? You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea I'd seen him.
Well...
So, you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed. But if it had been that, or if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. Okay, so if somebody was working with Monokuma, it's this guy. Because Monokuma wants to be entertained, right? So make the trial more entertaining is exactly what he did. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create a fake murder scene. But damn, man, if we hadn't figured out who really had done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course. Byakuya turned and looked me right in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to perform an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to become blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for, meaning he's gonna kill us, right?
Correct.
So, that was your reason. It's actually not a bad idea. Figure out who the best detective is, and that'll be your next victim.
Indeed.
Are you satisfied? Yes. We're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next.
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, right? My question is, why? Yeah, definitely lock your door every night. Stay in groups.
Oh, do you like them? But you know, this punishment, this despair, is not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
Oh, have a good night, Wazaka. I know it's getting super late. As soon as I get the chance to save it, I gotta get going as well. It's almost 2 a.m. for me, but take care, Wazaka. Have a good one.
What?
You're over-exaggerating.
I'm not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
Damn.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Mean? Mean?
Mean?
What the heck?
Mean.
Damn it!
Good grief. I don't understand why you have to pick apart every stupid little thing.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh, how exciting!
The noble son of the noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
And meanwhile, Taco streaming Danganronpa at 5 a.m. regularly. That's intense. That's so intense. Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I've achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you, understand?
In the name of my family.
In the name of the Tagami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled up.
Ooh, so cool. It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you.
I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you.
Temper, temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap.
This guy, oh my gosh. I know, right? I assumed this chapter was going to end like 2 hours ago, Taco. It's ridiculous. But I think it's actually going to end quickly. Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom, and a curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell and more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it all felt like it amounted to nothing. Do the chapters get longer? So, I mean, I gotta say, like, remember originally I was saying we'll stream like, 5 or 6 streams of this game and then have to call it wherever it is. Because if the game's too long, it can go on forever. And I usually like to keep the games that we stream fairly concise, like usually 5 or 6 streams total. This one looks like it's definitely going to go on longer, but we might do that. We might do a vote and let you guys choose if you guys want to keep streaming this to completion, which seems like everyone's having a great time. You probably would. It definitely feels like it's going to be Ace Attorney length. That was like 17 streams, Hasifa. Oh my goodness. It was the worst kind of despair. So yeah, I think on our, like, what I thought would be the last stream for this game, we'll do a vote and let you guys choose.
Like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot.
Oh, are we saying the mastermind who's actually behind this right now?
Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match.
Yeah, for me, Malt, it'd probably be at least twice that, because most of my streams are about 2.5 hours of actual gameplay, probably. And even then, it's a little slow, because I'm just a little slow. And Sakura, we actually have a Sakura here in the game. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right?
Who is he talking to? This is the person that may be working with him, huh?
Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now. So just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay?
What a twist.
After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
What? Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied. Because you see, that's my ace in the hole.
So there's going to be another student popping up?
And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
Interesting. I mean, based on how Byakuya was like threatening him, I don't think it was him. We did it. Chapter 2 complete. Only 10 people left. Plus maybe a mysterious 16th person. So, can I save it, please? I need sleep. Hey, we got an item. Nice. We got the crazy diamond. Whatever the hell that is. Yes, I want to save. I want to save so bad. You have no idea, game. Oh, thank goodness. Frost, it's me. I'm the traitor.
I know I shouldn't cry.
Aw.
But I've had enough. I can't take it anymore. Getting out of here anytime soon.
I think the traitor was the friends we made along the way. Huh? Huh?
It's impossible. I can't let myself think about how much I want to get out of here. If I keep thinking like that, I might decide to.
What would you do for a Klondike bar? Would you kill a man? Or a girl? Donuts? You crying for donuts? I need to eat some donuts. That'll cheer me up. Do I get to play as Hina now? Glazed donuts, twisty donuts, jelly donuts, cream-filled donuts.
Okay.
I should probably just end it here because I think it's going to keep on going. We did just save it, so I want it to continue and like start this fresh. So let's put the donut talk down for now. We'll continue the donuts on Saturday, actually. So yeah, everybody new to the stream, our next stream will be Saturday at noon Pacific. We'll catch up where we left off here. So this is probably a great stopping point, right at the start of Chapter 3. I already saved it, so we should be good to return to main menu. Interesting though, it seemed like we were going to play as her, which that'd be the first time we ever kind of had a new character to play as. I don't know. It was kind of a weird thing where we were going from her point of view instead of just, our main character. Interesting.